KUAM FM Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Spend some time together, laugh it up to the morning sun. 'Cause it feels so good, girl. It feels so right. Can we spend time together tonight? So could I have you tomorrow? Could I have you today? Could I have you forever? Stars tonight is your bed of roses. All to get honey, give it all. All to get honey, give it all.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Let me tell you, under the covers, they were each other. Soon it was over. He reached out and told her. He said, "Money, I gotta go before my party gets home." Oh, oh yeah. Oh, yeah. He got a little closer, let me tell you, under the covers, they were each other. Soon it was over, he reached out and told her, he said, "Molly, I gotta go before my party gets take it away. She got those hips like no other. He got a little closer. Let me tell you, under the covers, they want each other. Soon it was over. He reached out and told her. He said, "Money, I gotta go before my party gets home." Oh, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, under the covers, they want each other. Soon it was over. He reached out and told her. He said, "Money, I gotta go before my party gets home." Oh, oh, yeah.
Ja uli die sombranzelten meg et zu ite saluda antes diu hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante in todo in memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangi man malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Nota kantaima tunonya gitoru ilugar Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba islas en Paraiona double fighting like this. Now we be loving from the dark into dawning. Now I'm looking in your eyes in the morning. Then you look at me, girl, and smile. Cause you know I treat you right all the while. Nowhere else in the world I'd be. No more beautiful women I've seen. Where the sky is clear and the grass is green. Island girls, you are man's best dream. Love the way that you move it, move it. Love the way you move it, Island girl. Love the way that you do it, do it. Now everywhere that I go and every time I do a show, got a bunch of local girls all in the front row. They knowing all the words and the way the song goes. Body bouncing all around and they playing the bongos. And you know they wanna come to the party. Pick you with the DUB crew and get naughty. Turn up the stereo so she can shake her body. Baby girl, I love you when you call me Big Papi. Love the way that you move it, move it. Oh yeah, girl. Love the way you move it, Island girl. Love the way that you do it tonight, tonight. Ooh. What time? These sucking Cali girls will be the rubber to my said. If I had one of these girls as my companion, we'd be looking at other stars, another band. Get out round the world and sing them countries got you off a lover, see the man speaking to alley girls. Yes! What a millimeter girl, you number one. Beauty from an island man. So I'll be sending all my love to the princess of the sea. Melanesian, Micronesian, Polynesian beauty. Island girl, oh, pretty island girls. Love the way that you move it, move it. Oh yeah, girl, I love the way you move it, island girl. I love the way that you do it. Yeah, sing it out one more time for the ladies. Now everywhere that I go and every time I do a show, got a bunch of local girls all in the front row. They knowing all the words and the way the song goes. Body bouncing all around like they playing the bongos. And you know they wanna come to the party. Pick you with the DUB crew and get naughty. Turn up the stereo so she can shake her body. Baby girl, I love you when you call me Big Papi. Island girl. Love the way that you move it. Oh, baby, I love the way you move it, Island girl. Oh, yeah, I love the way that you do it tonight, tonight. Ooh.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, and
Wow.
good morning to the fancy clothes and
The new shoes.
yeah. I've never done this. I'm used to doing TV, so you've got to like dress appropriately.
Right, yeah.
I'm loving radio right now. You can actually
I know.
break in like new athletic shoes, and that's what I'm doing right now.
I came in and I was like, what's up? Did Sabrina tell you to dress up for the news or something?
Bree. Well, I mean, I got some recording to do after this. So,
Yeah.
So
I feel like I got to go put on a jacket.
Well, I was actually scared that, after the last year of, not being able to exercise, I was actually worried this thing might not fit.
Right. Yep. That top button's always that's a whew, surprise. You know what, Jay? I gotta tell you, you really remind me, and my kids told me this. You really remind me of the vampire dude in Hotel Transylvania. I don't know, parents out there, if you watch kids' movies, Hotel Transylvania, does he not remind you
I've been called
of the...
worse, so I'll take that. I'll take that.
Give him the up and down. Look him up and down, Joe, sir, for our lady viewers. There you go, ladies. Uh-huh.
My Adidas. Hey, man. Slip-ons. I like these.
Right on. Fancy slip-ons. Good morning. Hey, welcome to the show. It's Tuesday. Tuesday. Yep, that's Tuesday. Just that day that's just there. It's not hump day. It's not Monday. It's just right in the middle here, Tuesday. We just kind of get over it. It's 6:20 on the link. Good morning, Facebook Live.
It's not only 6:20, it's also
4:20.
4:20.
That's right. Yep, it is.
You're going to be a happy camper sometime.
Oh, my God. It's like 4:20, 4:20, 4:20. Yeah, it's 4:20, guys, which is International Cannabis Holiday. So we are going to talk about that a little bit coming up here.
Do I even need to ask if Will Parkinson's coming on the show today?
I should have. Yeah, let me text him. I don't even know if he's up, though. Or maybe he never went to sleep. Yeah, we'll go into a little bit of the history. And, because we've done, we were actually at this radio station when it was I-94, we were the first people to do, an official 420 event way back.
Well, seeing as how we played a lot of reggae music, I mean, it stood to reason.
Right. And then there is obviously a whole cannabis culture movement here on Island. It's 6:21. The show is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Cowboy Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E, and Jack in the Box for your 420 munchies.
It is not 420 yet in these states, but we have a lot of people joining us. Link Fam is in the house and in the comment stream. Josie Ekfaji saying, Hafaday from California. Hello to you, Josie. Omar Merib, good morning, and Ali to our friends in Palau.
Hey, well, Palau. Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, and you know what? We saw that
the
storm.
420 capital of the Micronesia of the yeah.
And we are very very glad to all of our brothers and sisters in Koror that you guys are doing okay.
Amen. Yeah.
That storm was like a doozy when we were watching it on the
It was
radar.
quite a doozy, Jay.
Yeah, that's the technical term that Landon would use.
Yeah.
All right. Also, Leanne Beneventi, Hafaday from Florida, and then the Purple Heart.
Oh, nice.
I like that.
That's cute. Debbie Davis, Mama Bear, Jason Solis, you're looking good today. You're looking like a snack, Jay.
Oh, this whole thing?
Yeah. Hey. Francis Dunca, good morning.
I don't even have to wear a belt anymore.
Francis Dunca, good morning, KUAM. Good morning, Josie Ekfaji, Roberto Francesini, Buongiorno, Guam. Angel Pete, Quintanilla Castro, good morning, Familia KUAM. Banana Sidulas, all have a good day and be safe.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Since we do have a member of the Dunca family in here, are there more Hemlani apartments on Guam, Taitano's apartments on Guam, or Dunca's apartments on Guam? Because Hemlani, there's two, right? There's one right here in Harmon. There's one down in Maleso. Taitano's, there's a bunch.
Yeah, I think Taitano's probably, which is so ironic because Taitano means no land, right? The irony.
But the Dunca's apartments, there's more than a few, I believe.
There's a few in the Dunca real estate empire.
Yeah.
Right on.
I think there's one or two apartment complexes in Tamuni, I believe.
Oh wow. Where's Dunca Estates? Viva Agolto. Good morning.
Well, okay. There's another thing about Guam. What is the most common word that they use to classify a residential? You know what I mean? Either gardens or estates.
Right. Homes. Town.
Yeah.
What's the one over there?
There's a bunch of gardens.
What's the one across AK?
That's Towers.
No, the one where that
Pacific
fight
Tower?
is. There's a video going around. Did you guys get those videos?
Oh, man.
Oh, man. First of all,
yeah, we should talk about that because it's very disturbing.
It is very disturbing.
We've actually got that.
We do. Yeah. There's another one, too. There was two videos I got yesterday.
Oh, really?
Of one of
there's
them.
the one that's 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Right, yeah. You can tell you're in broadcast.
Yeah.
Clip one is 4:05. 4 minutes and 5 seconds of a guy getting jumped by two other people and a woman with nunchucks. Is it num or none?
None.
Nunchucks. Yeah, because if you got nunchucks, I want none. Yeah, 4 minutes and 5 seconds. But oh my God, sign that guy up. The one who was getting jumped. Sign him up for UFC. Yeah, numbskulls.
So Joser's going to queue up that video and everything, but yeah, it's if you haven't seen this yet, it's all over. I mean, there's what's going on in social media, always on Guam. You know what's going on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
there's WhatsApp, which is like a world unto itself.
It's its own station.
This is going all over the place.
Hey, good morning, John Bucat from beautiful Inalahan. Lillian Cruz, Buenos Aires, KUAM team, George, Mr. Freeze, good morning.
Hey, Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, so I guess this video was taken at what is it? It's across AK. I did a story there. Remember the story I did where they were dumping over the balcony?
Across AK, I was thinking across from Denny, so it's a little bit further down the road.
Yeah, it's like it's right across AK. And
they got that video store there?
Yeah, a little bit more.
Where
It's the turn into the Pacific Towers or whatever it is called.
Okay.
But I did a story there because remember our friend Mark? He was complaining that people were dumping their trash and their food over the balcony.
Terrible.
And so I went there, and in between those apartments anyway, there's just a whole lot of dumping. But yeah, so this video went out, and there was actually another video too. But this one was crazy because this guy was getting jumped, and man, my heart was like, I couldn't even watch the whole thing. I was just like, dude, please, somebody go help this guy. Don't know the backstory, but it kind of looked like Kung Fu Hustle when they squared off in the beginning. And again, it was that one guy getting jumped by two dudes and a woman with nunchucks, and they were just, man, it was hard to watch. Especially because no one came and helped the dude out or broke it up. People are just like, oh, get out your phones and film, and then here we are playing it, perpetuating it. But, I mean, guys, what the hell is going on out there? I mean, yeah, we fought back in the day, but this is like, he's getting rear naked choked, and the other dude's punching his face, and the lady's hitting him with the nunchucks.
Okay, so that apartment building, Summer Garden.
Summer Garden.
That's the one you did a report on years ago, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, just take it easy, guys. The thing that we need to start putting chill pills in our water supply. Because there's just a lot going on, guys. And really, it's just disappointing. So disappointing. But what a chin on that guy. Jesus. It's 6:27. Good morning. Oh, yeah. The show, again, brought to you in part by our friends at Jack in the Box for your 420 munchies. Curly fries, huh? There's never a bad time to enjoy Jack in the Box's newest $3 sauce and loaded curly fries, the new slow-smoked bacon. Available in 2 flavors. It's 420. Get everything smoked, even your bacon. Triple cheddar and spicy pepper jack. Okay? Good morning. It's Tuesday, 6:27. Here's who's coming up on the show. Ray Topasny of Gora, shots fired. This guy does not like Senator Tello Tidegui. It's pretty funny, actually. It's funny to me. There's a lot of, and I'm not saying Ray Topasny is a hater, but there's a lot of hate in 2020, 2021. People hate people so much, and not even us out here. Yeah, of course, everyone's got the haters or whatever. But, man, there's some high-level hating going on in our government between, senators and the administration. I mean, it's so high-level that people just can't help themselves but to hate on people. It's funny. It really is funny. Yeah, so he had an interview yesterday with Peter Santos.
Yeah, and we've got that in a link update, which Pete goes into. Yeah, it's,
right.
Interesting sound bites.
Yeah, so he's actually the Gora executive director, but he's also the director of getting on Tello Tideguy's case. That's his other job. No, so he filed an ethics complaint, and we'll talk with Ray. Ray's real, well, let's just say he's a straightforward kind of guy. Doesn't really mince a lot of words, right? But there was
and to be fair, you've gone after him too in the past, and you've tried to take him to task and hold him accountable, and he'll come on 2 days later.
Yeah, some people are silly about, if you try and ask them a hard question, or they get mad that, they take it personal, the lieutenant governor. Yeah, but, I mean, dude, we all live together. Got to ask you a tough question? Okay. We got a job. We ask you a tough question. Just answer it. What else are you going to do?
Shangu Matauta, I remember when I first started KUM, and he goes, that is one of the not necessarily tough, but it's one of the awkward parts of this job. You know, like if you're trying to interview someone and you have to ask a government official
Yeah.
a very serious like question. I mean, there are some people that, you know, like would get like a little bit upset and say like, you know, okay, well, I'm just going to kind of, you know, not deal with you guys for like a couple weeks. But or then you may ask somebody and have like a really intense interview. 2 days later, you're sitting right across the pew from them in church.
Yeah.
And then, you know, let us all show the sign of peace. So peace be unto you, brother. And, you know.
Right on. And then he right back to hating him on Monday. We're cool in Mass. Mass is like a ceasefire.
But, you know, that's part of the gig from our perspective.
It is,
and also, if you work in the government,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's a responsibility.
And I mean,
that
let me
you bear.
just tell you guys, like, really, I don't understand some of the anxiety and the trepidation that, you know, public officials have about getting asked questions. Because really, once you get asked the question and you answer it, it's kind of like over with, you know? That would be my advice is, like, don't stress about it. Just come on if there's something, any issue you're facing. I mean, not even the link anywhere. Just address it, answer the question, and that's the best you can do. You know what I mean? So that's what Ray Tapasnia does. I mean, some people don't like him. Some people really like him. But
Well, our numbers would show that when you say that Ray's coming on, or like as soon as he comes in the Zoom room and everything like that, people are like, all right, what do we got today?
all right, what do we got today? Well, he does have actual Gura news, okay? But then I'm pretty sure we are.
But like
him
you said,
about
I mean, he speaks his mind. He does not sugarcoat, and you know,
Yeah.
if he has an opinion, he's going to share it.
But with these ethics complaints, what I want to ask him is, are you being silly? Because these ethics complaints, and again, you know, there's a difference between like an ethical complaint. It doesn't have to necessarily be a complaint or an issue that's about legality. Because, you know, the moral area, that's open to interpretation. Like what you think is ethical and okay, someone else might say like, whoa, no, that's your meow. What are you doing? Or, you know what I mean?
Mm.
It's like, it's all relative to, no pun intended. But it is. I mean, you know, it's like what you think is unethical, I might think is just like a senator asking questions at a public hearing. I mean, do senators get snarky at public hearings? Hell yeah, they do. Makes for good ratings. They need more people to watch to be involved in the process. So these ethics complaints, they kind of, because this is the second one he filed. The first one, they were like, nope, sorry, thou shall not pass.
Yeah, remember? I mean, God rest his soul, former Speaker Ben Pangilinan.
Right.
I remember when I was in high school, we would used to write, you know, current events reports for for a government class. And when we would watch, you know, back then I think it was on Guam cable TV, they would show like session every now and again. He would thunder away like that. Mr. Speaker, we have got to start discussing the issues. And everyone was like, wow. And you know, I mean, it makes an impact.
Yeah.
It engenders support as well as criticism. But
Right.
I mean, he was really good at that.
And I mean, you know, of course, like anybody is free to, of course, file an ethics complaint, right? But it kind of goes both ways, you know. As a senator, I remember way back when. This is funny. This is a flashback. Remember when the Guterres tried to sue former Senator Mark Sharfers?
Yeah.
For comments he had made on the floor. I think he had said something like, and don't sue me, he had said something like, Uncle Carl's hiding behind Jerry's skirt or something. But the whole point was that the senator's speech on the floor was protected as part of this great democracy that we're borrowing from the United States. Yeah, so he actually, I remember that he got sued for it. And so there's that part of it too, where if like you're going to, you know, be saying stuff in a public hearing and have to worry about people filing ethics complaints. I mean, that's one side of it. But then again, on the other side, it's like if you're in a public hearing and someone's shooting stuff at you that you feel is just unethical or out of line, then yeah, it's totally within your right to file a complaint.
But, you know, at least for the moment, things are going by the book right now. Like Ray has filed a complaint. His name is on it. It's an ethics complaint. So like everything is,
Right.
you know, like according to rule, right?
Yeah.
Another senator who left us way too early, former Senator Sonny Lujan Arsini, he was the youngest senator at the time ever elected.
Yeah.
Remember when he had the chili dog incident?
Of course.
Was that with Don Parkinson?
That was with Don Parkinson.
Again, another senator, God rest his soul. But they had a little bit of a squabble that resulted in a chili dog becoming a aerial object.
Yeah. Yeah, kids, That's what the kind of stuff that used to happen. There was 21 senators then, right?
There were 21, yeah.
Right. And so they had some kind of disagreement.
And Sonny was wildly popular.
Yeah, Sonny was really popular. He had his campaign song was Joe Cocker, I Get By With a Little Help from My Friends.
Mhm.
Which at the time, it was like, you know, there was like the guitarist thing, and he had all this connects, and there was just like, it's really very, very, obviously it's still very political. But back then, to me, when I heard that song, it had a totally different meaning. Like, oh, your friends. Oh, okay, you're hooking up your friends. But there had it was like hot. They had a disagreement on the session floor, and then they went to go get a chili dog, and like someone bumped someone, and they ended up like throwing the chili dog or something, Jay?
Yeah, the chili dog caught air.
Right,
as
which
I
really,
remember.
I mean, to me, the worst thing about it is it's a waste of a perfectly good chili dog.
And again, we say this all the time here in the show. If you put it into context, this is pre-social media,
Right.
pre-mobile technology.
Yep.
I mean, you think that video that we just showed of the fight over at Summer Garden went viral? Can you imagine if there was like a chili dog incident today and somebody
Right.
captured that on their phone?
Dude.
The only thing I can kind of liken that to is it's not the senators, but it was two of the mayors a few years ago.
When there was that punch,
Yeah.
remember Mayor Ben Gumatautau?
Yep.
He punched
Of Petey.
Mayor Nito Blas.
Yeah.
You know, two old school mayors, right?
Because if you know Nito Blas, the former mayor of Manilao, you know he's really
He's very touchy.
well. He's also like, hey buddy, you know. So he went over there and he came up behind Mayor Gumatautau and just like patted him on the shoulder and he's like, hey,
Right.
Mayor Gumatautau was
And then Mayor Gumatautau's
focused.
PTSD like kicked in from World War II. He was like,
Clocked
the
him like
Japanese.
clocked him like right in the stomach.
Right,
and
yeah.
got him right in the breadbasket.
Yeah.
Perfect punch too. I mean,
Yeah,
he
it was
swung-
like, you could tell he did some boxing.
and you see Nito just like kind of like recoil
Hey.
and then he went.
Yeah.
And then to be fair, like Lanny Walker.
There
who-
was actually video of that one, though.
Yeah, that's why I was saying like we got
Now
video
we
of
got to
that.
go find the video, dude. Good job, Jay.
Oh man, I gotta go. But I remember we did that and we put that video out and people were going nuts. And I think we'd only been on Facebook for about a year
Right,
at that time.
yeah.
We had maybe 10,000 followers and everything.
Okay, let's make it our mission to get that video today. That's like upstairs, or is that in Ordot? How old is that video?
No, that was because Lanny Walker.
I want to say that was like 2010, right?
Gosh, but you know what's a sad thing?
It was
A-
this century, though.
Yeah.
It was this century.
A lot of these moments that we're now mentioning again, Ben Gumatautau, politicians who are no longer with us.
Right. Yeah. Wow.
I'll find that video for you. I mean, it was a classic moment that was captured on
It's so
on the
funny.
legislature's TV
It
feed.
was because they were there for a hearing or something, and it really was like Nito, former Mayor Nito. He just kind of like tapped Mayor Ben, and it looked like Mayor Ben didn't know what was going on.
You
I don't
weren't-
know if there was like history between them or whatever.
You weren't working here at KUM at the time because that's when I first started. But former GPA general manager Tian Perez,
Right.
Joe Atta was the chairman of like I believe the utilities committee or something like that. And Tian
Okay.
went off.
This was the time that there was this tip that committee had got that there was a do not disconnect list
Yeah.
at Guam Power Authority, and so they had the
'Cause
former
you were
GM.
at Hit Radio at that time, right?
Yeah, I did a skit on it.
That was on 2000, 2001.
I did a skit and it was old, and I did her like, there is no list. I don't know if you guys remember that. Anyway, so yeah, she was in a hearing and she was like, there's no disconnect, do not disconnect list and whatever. Of course, there's no list. They have it memorized. God, idiots.
Yeah, but she went nuclear.
Yeah, she did.
And then I remember Joe Atta was like sitting there. He's like, "Young lady,"
Yeah, young lady, the fun Monaco girl.
and that that did not calm her down and everything. But,
Right. Good times. Hey, Jay, thanks for coming down memory lane with us. Wow.
Amnesia lane for some people.
Yeah.
They would hope, but
Some people are like, I don't even know what they're talking about. Whatever.
yeah, but see, I mean, that is the thing, and that's what we do here. Is
It's called history, guys.
yeah.
You don't know your history. What's that cliche? You don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. But I would like that. I want to see some mayors punch each other. I mean, I'm cool with all the mayors, but it would just, let it out, guys.
I remember the first time I covered a mayor's council meeting. So dramatically different. I mean, okay, when I first started, I've never taken a journalism class in my life, right? Like I'm a computer guy and everything. So Bree was like, okay, I need somebody else on news. Can I send you down to go cover this public hearing? I was like, yeah. So me and Carlito Rozansky, like one of our most veteran video guys, right? I went down to the public hearing, and so I'm sitting there at the media table, right? So here I am, completely total newbie, And I'm sitting there trying to like furiously take notes and everything like that. All of a sudden, and they have this 6-foot picnic table just for reporters, right? That's right next to where the senators sit in the old legislature building.
Yeah.
All of a sudden I hear this, Jason, hey boy. I'm like, and it's Senator Frank Uggan Jr., right? I'm like, so I look up, right? I'm like wondering what's going on. I'm like, oh yes, sir. You got to try this empanada, boy. It's really, really good. And I was like, wow, dude, this.
That's so Frank Uggan.
Yeah, and then the mayor's council meetings, it's those guys I mean,
Dude,
the first time I
yeah.
covered one was like maybe like 03. They're constantly
Man, I used to be
jokes.
happy when Sabrina would be like, "Oh, there's a mayor's council meeting, Chris, you can cover it." Some people don't like to go to the in the media. They don't like to go to the mayor's council meeting because when you go to the mayor's council history or the mayor's council meeting, there's like 50 different stories because they're talking about this, they're talking about that. You know what I mean? So you're like, "Oh God, how am I even gonna write this up?" But what they do is every month they rotate. So every month, each village is responsible for providing the potluck, right? And it was funny because they used to teach.
Is it potluck or is it merienda? Because there is a difference between those two.
It's a merienda potluck.
Merienda's a little bit on the lighter side. Potluck
No. This is all out.
Potluck is like, okay, you're going to be well fed.
This is like when it was Umatic, they had escabeche. That's how.
Ooh.
This is, yeah. But they used to tease former Mayor Rudy of Jigo. They would tease him because he would just get McDonald's. It was like whatever twofer was at McDonald's, it would be like, oh, $1 McChicken. Yep, damn, Mayor Rudy. But Mayor Botta, Mayor Kanata, right? Umatic spread, dude. They got like deer kadu, manyahak, escabeche.
And Mayor Johnny takes a lot of pride
Shrimp
in that.
Kelligwin from the river. Huh? Fish.
I mean, for a lot of them, that is like bragging rights.
It is, totally.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a competition.
And no one even, I mean, I don't know.
Mayor Ernest
but
Chargaloff?
when I was there and it was Umatic, they were like, yeah, boy, we don't even compete. They're like, we're just trying to make it be Umatic every month. Mayor Alec just texted me.
Uh-oh.
He texted me the peace emoji. Like, I was just kidding, Mayor, about.
Well, I remember the first time I covered a mayor's council meeting, and it was a couple of years ago, and I remember seeing Mayor Alec. I think he was then in his still kind of like one of his first terms as PD mayor and everything. And I remember watching him not back down on what he was believing in and saying, like, we're all sitting in here. It's one thing to just say, okay, we're going to do this and everything. We have to put plans into action. I mean, he was going off, and I was like, I turned to Bree, and I was like, on the drive back, and I was like, you know what? How much you want to bet he's going to be like mayor's council president next time?
Well, there you go, Jay. You called it.
A few months later, and I was like, that does not surprise me at all. I mean,
and all the other mayors are like, yeah, let him be mayor's council president. Ooh, it's a lot of work.
I wanted to ask him yesterday too. This is a total side story. But when he was on yesterday, because was it 2 weeks ago? He was wearing a shirt and said like, JFK for life, Islanders, and green and gold all the way.
Yep.
I mean, he bleeds green and gold. How does someone from PD wind up going to JFK?
Yeah, Mayor, we need to do an investigation on that. See, it kind of sounds like you might have been out of district.
Well, the way I figure it is either, because basically if you go to Guam GDOE school, right, there's 3 ways.
I want an investigation.
Either you moved after your junior year and DOE was cool and they said, okay, well, you've gone there this far, finish your education at your school.
Right.
You've got a relative in your nuclear family that teaches in GDOE, so you've got your choice of schools, which is totally legal and it's totally cool. Or they had some very, very weird
redistricting. There was like a year where
I've never heard of PD going to JFK.
I want to say there was a year where like the redistricting was crazy.
That was 89.
Yeah. We'll find out. Anyway, at 6:43, guys, we always start the show. We drink our coffee. We talk our story like the old days. But right now...
Is that how old we've gotten now that we actually sit around and just talk about...
We sit around and we talk about stuff that like half our audience is like, oh, who's Mayor Gumatata?
Remember that one time when we covered TM
Boy,
Paris?
Lana, let me tell you, when the mayor punched him, boy, Lana, eating that right hook.
We got to get some of our younger reporters to come in there. It's like, hey, Adriana, fan the table. go get the styrofoam plate and
So here's who's coming up on the show this morning. Talking about mayors, we're getting Dedito Mayor Melissa Savares. A little bit of catch up with her. We haven't talked to her since that accident. And then also there's just so much going on in Dedito with that recent murder and just crime. And so definitely want to get Mayor Melissa Savares on, who's also the former Mayor's Council of Guam president. Also, we'll get Dr. Christiana Whitman of the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Centers. They're doing their lunchtime peace talks. So we'll catch up with her, find out. I mean, we'll talk about that and then, everything else with just mental health and wellness as we kind of crawl out of this pandemic. Ken Lujan, the Small Business Administration, they got some things going on with restaurant revitalization. And we've got Nestor Lecanto with this great little piece from Beyond Our Borders, Harlem Hikes, where we take you to Fuha, which is the rock down in Umatic. And we've also got Cover Me, brought to you by our friends at Burger King. And we got a special throwback, if you will.
Because, again, it is 420.
Yep. Where Sabrina and I went to check Melker Manabuson of Champ Chow's and checked out what kind of cannabis he has. Okay? So we'll do that
and
coming
it's
up.
funny, all on YouTube, all you have to just read is the title. It says, "The link gets lit."
Yeah.
And then we even put a little emoji after it, wink.
Yeah. So that's what's coming up here on the show. It's 6:45. Hey, good morning. Chamarita Regis from the beautiful hillside of Sinanya. Tony Vanessa Padua writes, Biba Mayor Alig.
Yes.
Oh, there.
Biba
Joy,
Mayor Alig,
Joy
of course.
Rivera Woodward writes, Jose Rios Middle is split between Southern High and JFK. So there you go. Maybe he was
really?
Yeah. Maybe he was
thank
right
you,
on the
Jo-
line.
Wow, no. I was just thinking the whole time you were talking to the mayor yesterday. I was like, wow, I've never heard of anybody from PD. I mean, I'm not doubting it. I don't know anybody that graduated from JFK that lives in PD.
Because PD kind of seems like, to me, it's like South, right?
Yeah, I mean, and if you
Because if you go to PD, the culture there, and it's definitely a Southern feel.
Well, and last year, Mayor Alig actually hosted an event for all of the graduates from last year's, the class of 2020 at Southern High, where they all got, gift bags and
Right, yep.
gift certificates and T-shirts and everything.
Hey, Rose.
all of the Southern High grads that were from PD.
Rosa Chafaris, good morning, Guam. Long time no see. I know, yeah. How are you? Half a day from Fresno, California. Ken Guerrero, good morning to an awesome KUAM crew.
Good morning, Fresno. Go Bulldogs.
Sean Gumatauta, our good friend of That's It, That's All podcast, says, good morning, KUAM family. You guys are right. The key to success in public information is to answer the questions and let the public decide how they may feel about the answer. Keep up the good work.
And we were talking about the late Mayor Ben Gumatauta.
Right.
That's Sean's uncle.
Right. And then Chamarita Regis kind of adds on that. Don't we know that you will have the hard and great questions to ask, but tough to answer? Well, there you go. Good morning. It's 6:46 now. Let's go ahead and take care of business from the KUAM News team with the very latest. For Sabrina Salas Mantanani, good morning, Jason Salas.
All right, good morning, and let me unbutton this jacket so I can breathe in this thing. All right, here we go. On Monday, the Joint Information Center did report that out of 832 test samples taken from Friday to Sunday, now this is all the weekend samples, mind you, these were from public health and various local labs, 10 positive cases of coronavirus were confirmed. Overall, since last Friday, 13 identified cases reported recent travel, and 3 were confirmed while in quarantine. Guam's overall coronavirus case count is approaching 7,900. There have been 136 COVID-related deaths, and Guam's CAR score has increased now from 0.3 to 0.5. More than 65,000 of your fellow Guamanians have now gotten their first doses of the various vaccines, and almost 47,000 are now fully vaccinated. Well, free community testing does continue today at the Old Carnival Grounds over in Tidzin from 9 in the morning until high noon or while supplies last. There's going to be about 200 of those given out, so please make sure to get tested. No symptoms are needed to qualify for testing. Also, COVID-19 testing for travel off-island may contact Public Health's Northern Regional Community Health Center, and you can schedule an appointment if you plan to travel. If you are a minor, you must be accompanied by a parent or a legal guardian and bring your photo ID. In other news, since the start of the year, GPD has launched over a handful of death investigations, the most recent event occurring along Swamp Road in Dededo, with the man accused for the deadly shooting of 25-year-old Joshua Meno being held on $100,000 cash bail. We do have a video story about this. Adriana Cotero files this report.
It's unfortunate that lives were lost, but, we still have to bring justice to the family. We still work at providing the justice to the community and making sure that those that are apprehended we do garner the conviction.
36-year-old Matthew Manabuson appeared for his magistrate's hearing over the weekend. According to the complaint, the murder defendant is claiming self-defense. Court documents state that he allegedly admitted to shooting 25-year-old Joshua Meno in Dededo on April 15th. He faces murder as a first-degree felony with special allegation for possession or use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. Police launched an investigation after Meno's lifeless body was found on Ha'asu Drive on Swamp Road. As Guam Police Department spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao explains, their Criminal Investigation Division has successfully located suspects for each multiple death investigations launched this year.
The Guam Police Department is able to, in a timely, I want to say timely manner, in an expeditious manner, we were able to garner and, effectuate an arrest for the individuals that were responsible for all these cases.
Court documents state officers saw a blood trail from Meno's deceased body that led toward a residence off the roadway, where Manabuson was staying with several others. Officers learned Meno had stopped by the house to have a cigarette and dinner, where he allegedly got into an argument with another person in the home and struck the person on the neck with a machete. The person reportedly ran into the home and alerted Manabuson, who walked out of his house with a pistol and shot Meno. Officers noted what appeared to be a gunshot wound on Meno's lower right rib area. Documents state Manabuson admitted to shooting Meno, but claims Meno had been threatening his cousins while brandishing a machete, and he was afraid Meno would hurt them, so he shot him first. Manabuson told officers where the pistol was, which authorities recovered within a hidden compartment inside a school bus that was stationed beside the home. Manabuson did not have a valid firearms ID and is currently on parole. Similar to other homicide cases, Manabuson is a repeated violent offender, having a criminal history trailing back nearly a decade.
We used the track record and, of course, the history as to prepare us as to who we're dealing with and everything. But there is a human side to the individual, and understanding some of the choices and the decisions and some of the predicaments that they're in at that moment in time. That decision or that choice that they made, may not have been the best decision, but it was a decision that was made by them. And it's really unfortunate that, we continue to, we're continuing to see this.
Manabuson's next court hearing was set for April 27th.
And it's really unfortunate that, we continue to, we're continuing to see this.
Manabuson's next court hearing was set for April 27th.
All right, thanks so much, Adriana. And now we go to the newsroom for more island news. And with your link update, here is KUM's Peter Santos.
Very good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Taking it over to the home of the Bulldogs, where GDOE and Public Health kicked off the week with another school-based vaccination clinic geared towards Ukadu High and Simon Sanchez students. Tyler Matinani reports.
Today, GDOE launched their second school-based COVID-19 vaccination clinic at the Ukadu High campus. The goal was to support Ukadu and Simon Sanchez students who were interested and eligible to receive the vaccine. However, the clinic was also open to community members interested in availing of the opportunity. GDOE PIO Interim Michelle Franquez.
We have our social workers as well as our school health counselors who are available to talk to parents who just want a little bit more reassurance and more information on the vaccination.
One young woman, 18-year-old Kayleani Ka'ai, was in the final step to completing her vaccination journey.
I decided to get vaccinated because I have family in the States and I want to see them.
Ka'ai said she practically had zero side effects from her first dose.
It's just muscle aches on this arm, the one I got shot with, but that was it.
While Kayleani got processed, we met 25-year-old Michael Hollers. Michael is one of the last among his friends to get vaccinated, and like Kayleani, decided to get it for travel purposes. He also had the goal of path to half.
Some places are going to have vaccination passports, and to open up Guam, you need to get your vaccination and to open up Guam, so might as well get your vaccination.
Hollers explained that he was a little worried about getting vaccinated at first, but eventually put his fears aside to help Guam reach the goal of herd immunity.
I've been hearing a lot of stories with the trials. It's still the trial, but I decided, I think it's just people are just some paranoid sometimes.
One shot down, one more to go. Michael said he felt good now that the first round is out of the way. As for Kayleani, she also said she was glad because if she were to get the virus, it wouldn't be as bad as it could be if she didn't get vaccinated. The next GDOE COVID-19 vaccination clinic will be on May 3rd from 9 to 3 p.m. at the JFK campus. 500 doses of the Pfizer vaccine will be offered. Again, this is geared towards students. However, GDOE has opened it up to anyone in the community that would like to avail of the vaccination clinic. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Nearly $200 million in third-round economic impact payments has now been paid out. The Department of Revenue and Taxation processed another $33 million in EIP3 payments on Friday. To date, it sent out some 74,500 payments, totaling some $194.5 million. DRT was notified of the approval of its plan on April 10th and immediately began sending out payments on that date. It is using available data to determine eligibility, and most people will be paid automatically with no additional action needed. An EIP lookup portal is available at www.myguamtax.com. To obtain information on EIP 1, 2, and 3 program payments, EIP 3 was authorized by the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, which was signed into law by President Biden on March 11th. Senator Tello Taitagui has yet another ethics complaint filed against her, citing an incident that occurred in a legislative hearing with girl leadership in September of last year. A press release sent by the senator's office stated, quote, Senator Taitagui's leadership style has caused some of Guam's out-of-touch political elitists to engage in personal and political vendettas against her, end quote. But the man who penned the ethics complaint, GURA Director Ray Tapascia, says,
the bottom line is she did something during the hearing that even forced the oversight chair, Senator Jocelyn Augustine, to mute her. So she was actually removed from participating in the hearing. I mean, obviously she did something wrong. Her question was, what is my response to the OPA saying I lie with a straight face? I mean, that had nothing to do with the hearing. That had nothing to do with GURA. It was more a personal attack. So, my concern is if we have to come to these hearings and speak factually, I think they should be held to the same standard.
With government ethics taking center stage with the recent establishment of the Guam Ethics Commission, Tapascia says it's a necessity to call out elected and appointed officials when it comes to accountability.
I think everybody that goes to these hearings and feels that the senators are not being truthful in their responses should do what I did, file an ethics complaint.
Senator Taitagui's press release went on to say, quote, the second ethics complaint filed recently by a political hack won't silence me. But in a recent communication with Tapascia, he says, quote, it's interesting when those who hold a politically elected position call me a political hack. But for the record, I have passed 2 exams with the National Housing and Redevelopment Officials Organization, which makes me a bit more qualified than a singer-turned-senator. I live with my wife and 2 daughters. Last I checked, I bought their purses. With regional headlines, here's KSPN 2 News.
Half a day, Zantino, Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. All states and U.S. territories are still awaiting a more detailed outline from the U.S. Treasury on spending specifics for the American Rescue Plan Act. The CNMI is currently basing the expenditure plan on the CARES Act and the Disaster Relief Bill guidelines until they get further guidance from Treasury. Governor Torres states they want to have a more structured proposal by next week.
We wanted to make sure that what we propose is within our guidelines, and so that's the biggest part. We can always come back and make those amendments based on priorities if things comes up. But our plan is to get as accurate as we can.
Some of the priorities the administration wants to allocate funding for is the CNMI's deficit issue, land compensation, and all other pending government billings. The ARPA funding will also be used to address compensation.
We already addressed the our employees, bringing them back from furlough. Not just the furlough, but bringing everybody up to 80 hours. So that was first and foremost. The opportunity to continue to maintain our retirees' pension at 100%. Again, when the legislature gave me that authority to the 100% reprogramming, gave me the opportunity and the ability to find ways to make it happen.
The governor will be holding a cabinet meeting next week to take down their concerns and priorities. The House Committee on Judicial and Governmental Operations wants to take another look at the travel expenditures of Governor Ralph Torres and First Lady Diantha de la Torres. Chairwoman Selena Babauta requested documents from both the Marianas Visitors Authority and the Office of Personnel Management. Babauta asked MVA to provide all documents of Torres' MVA-funded travel and OPM to provide unredacted documents relating to hires, promotions, and amendments to contracts of department heads. Governor Torres on the issue.
They did this last couple years. There's already a recommendation for them. They send all my travel expenditures and some other expenditures to OPA, I believe even the AG. And now just another process that they're doing again. I don't know what kind of information that they're seeking other than those that's already been provided. But that's their prerogative. In the meantime, I will continue to do what I need to do.
Torres also urges the legislature to work on current issues and more revenue-generating bills.
My office is open. So again, we have a lot of issues ahead of us and currently. So why don't we look into how do we help our community today and not politicizing anything other than helping our community and working across the aisle.
For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Lemes.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
And real quick in national headlines, all Americans age 16 starting today and older are eligible for the coronavirus vaccine. Of course, it's been like that on Guam for a couple weeks now. Today, more than 131 million Americans have gotten at least one dose. Natalie Brand has the latest from Washington.
From Miami Beach, where a year-long curfew has been lifted, to New York City, where the longest-running off-Broadway show is back in production.
The show must go on.
Signs of progress. And now the CDC says more than half of all U.S. adults have gotten at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine.
And we now have one thing on our mind, making sure that the other 50% know how easy it is to get a shot.
We have enough of it. You need to be protected.
President Biden asked states to make anyone age 16 and older eligible for a vaccine starting today. And most states beat the target ahead of this week.
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, there's a little soreness in the arm. The shot didn't hurt as much as I thought it was.
But world coronavirus deaths reached 3 million Sunday, and the actual number is believed to be significantly higher. Here in the U.S., new infections are close to 70,000 a day, about the same as last summer's peak. 38 states reported hikes in hospitalizations last week. Hardest hit Michigan, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and New Jersey.
The 7-day average of daily deaths are now increasing, with 6 consecutive days of increases.
Part of the COVID fighting arsenal remains sidelined. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine is still on a recommended pause following at least 6 rare cases of blood clots. But the single-dose shot could return to arms later this week.
One of the possibilities would be to bring them back, but to do it with some form of restriction or some form of warning.
A CDC advisory committee will meet Friday to discuss the J&J vaccine and is expected to make a decision. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
Okay, before we go to commercial break, have a couple things I want to pass along to you. Mayor Allig himself, Mayor Jesse Allig of PD and the president of the Mayor's Council, sent me a note on WhatsApp because, of course, I was asking how someone from PD can go to JFK. He goes, "Haha, good morning, bless your heart. My mom's side is from Tamuning. I lived there until college, moved to PD happily ever after." So that's how Mayor Allig is, a longtime Islander. I also sent him back the animated gif of like the left shark dancing around. I go, man, JFK always killed us in Homecoming. And I'm from Sanchez, all right? So that's that. All right, and also we told you yesterday that a local icon, a beloved member of our community, Patrick Palomo, has been fighting cancer. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer, but just a few days after having surgery in California, as a way of thanking his caregivers and the many healers he's have, the very talented local pianist does what he does best, play beautiful music. Here now is a clip from Patrick Palomo back where he belongs, behind a piano, playing amazing music.
Well, I don't know if he's going to be coming back because the hospital's probably like, hey, we got a job for you. Can we offer you a job?
Hey, but just to see Patrick playing again, to do what he loves and to do what most people, including yours truly, believe that he was put on earth by Almighty God to do is inspire people with music. So our thoughts and prayers go out to Patrick. And I know Kazendo, who sent us that clip and set up the GoFundMe campaign, he says that Patrick is sending so much love and all of his thanks and Jesus Masi to everybody who supported him through this trying time.
Right on. Hey, at 7:05, we are KUAM FM Agatni Guam on the breeze. This is the link. It's Tuesday, April 20, also known as 420. Okay? The show is brought to you by East West Rental, Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. We're going to take a quick break and come back with Ray Tapasnia, the executive director of Gora, next. Good morning.
Family plan. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end.
Man, you know what? It didn't like freak me out, but we had double-digit positives for the first time in a long time yesterday. Do you notice that, Jake?
Yeah, that I was actually trying to scroll back and say when was the last time but to clarify,
Yeah.
those double digits, that was from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, that's how it is on a Monday.
Yeah. And just, I mean, if you're one of those people who was saying like, oh wow, you know, the car score went up 0.2 of a point. Dr. Felix Cabrera, the architect of
Who are those people?
well, me.
That's us. We're like, car score went up to 0.5.
You know, Dr. Felix Cabrera, you know, who architected the car score, he even said that, you know, on Mondays there is going to be like a little bit of a bump just because, you know, we aggregate all of the weekend stuff.
Whatever the car score. Guys, but yeah, so we had 10 positives. But you know what I've been noticing is the last, like, it seems like the last week it's been like 4, 5, 7, 6, right? Which, I mean, we're going to get the positives. But what I want to see is, and I don't think it's included in the breakdown, is when they report like the new positives, would you like to see them also report how many positives are people who are vaccinated? Right? That'd be an interesting number because they did say, remember, we had Lillian on last week and there were 4 people hospitalized at GMH and none of them had been vaccinated, which they say the vaccine, of course, it's not going to stop you from catching COVID, but what it is supposed to do is prevent you from getting, you know, seriously ill or having to be hospitalized if you do catch.
And if you
the
have
virus.
noticed, like the governor's timeline on Facebook, like a lot of the PSAs and a lot of the infographics that they've been making, they're again trying to get that word out there that if you are not feeling well, don't go to work, don't
Right.
go to school, you know, stay home. So that's starting to bubble up again.
Right.
By the way, you gave me a homework assignment before we get to Ray real quick. I have found the video, the mayor's punch.
Okay, don't tell anyone, but let's just start like going back and finding those stories where we have the video and we'll just play them on here, like do like a throwback thing.
Nice.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
So we got that for later on.
Right on. Cool. What do you do? Do you isolate it or is it the whole story?
No, it's in your folder already. So 27 seconds.
It's 7/12, Tuesday, April 20th. On the link here. Yeah, so that was interesting to me with the positives and the vaccination because it's close to that path to half. I mean, May 1st is in less than a couple weeks. Interesting. I want to bring on Gore Director Ray Taposina, who, you know, we bring him on every other week for an update with the Housing Authority. But first, I kind of want to start with this whole ethics complaint thing that it's the second one that you filed. Starting to think that you don't like Senator Teletaidegui. I don't know. Call me crazy. So what was the kind
No,
of
it's not at all,
Go ahead,
Chris.
go ahead.
It's just that she intentionally violated their SOPs that they adopted for conducting virtual public hearings. And, it's almost like driving down Marine Drive. You get pulled over by a cop for going 90, and then the following day, the cop pulls you over for going 100. I mean, what do you want the cop to do?
I want a cop to
You
say,
knew it was.
go
You
ahead.
knew you had violated the law the first time, and then you intentionally did it the second time.
Ray, because I kind of talked about this to open up the show, right? And so these two ethics complaints that you have filed, they're stemming from comments that Senator Titagui had made during, I think one of them was a confirmation hearing, right? And this is where she had asked a board, or was it a deputy? Who was being confirmed?
It was a potential member to the GUR board. And
Right.
she had made statements that were not factual, or Senator Titagui made statements publicly that were not factual.
Wait, but
And
didn't she say that, hey, your director sued the board before. Are you worried at all about getting sued? That was that one, right? The
No,
first
that's
one?
not what she said. She said I was going to sue her. I haven't sued her, and I won't. I don't have any plans to sue her. So the statement in and of itself was not factual.
But it wouldn't be totally out of bounds for someone to bring it up because you did, in fact, sue your board previously, right? That's what
It's
I'm
an
saying.
ongoing lawsuit that's been in the book since 2015, I believe, and it was just recently unsealed by the courts. I don't have any control over the courts, but the lawsuit was filed back in 2015. And for the senator, and she knew this, for the senator to say publicly during a hearing that I have plans to sue her when in fact I've never had that discussion with her. And I've not sued her. So it just proves that she's making statements on record that are not truthful, that are not factual. So that's the reason for my first ethics complaint. The legislature acknowledged the complaint and I guess admonished her. I don't know what they did. But then here we go with a informational
Did they admonish
hearing.
her, or
at
did
the
they?
Guam.
Did they? That's the one you sent me, right?
Yeah, but Chris, for the record, you only read the first paragraph. You didn't read the second paragraph. Please read the second paragraph.
Oh, you're gonna for the record me. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying, if you read the second paragraph, it basically says that they have to conform to their rules.
Okay, here we
their
go.
SOPs.
I'm going to read it. This is a letter to Ray Tapasnia dated July 30, 2020. And it comes from the then chair of the Committee on Ethics, Senator Amanda Shelton. The committee acknowledges the standing rules and standard operating procedures for virtual public hearings that have been adopted must be adhered to and enforced. We reaffirm that all members and staff employees of Iles Latour and Guahan shall conduct the person's life, both public and private, so as to bring honor and respect to the person's office in adherence to rule, Code of Ethics standards for the legislative branch. The chairperson, with the consent of the committee, is releasing this letter to the complainant and to the respondent to your personal email address. So they just acknowledge the standing rules, but they don't really admonish her.
Well, they acknowledge the standing rules and reaffirm that they have to follow it. And then lo and behold, a second hearing was held, informational hearing. And once again, Senator Titagui made statements that had nothing to do with the hearing itself. And it was her opportunity to launch a personal attack against me, making statements, once again, that's not factual. So, that's
because this is a good one. The second ethics complaint that you filed is because the public auditor, BJ Cruz, had come on this show and said that, what did he say, Jay?
Oh, let me remember.
Well, did he say narcissist, or was that?
No, it was
Okay, I got it. He said that you can lie with a straight face. Right.
Correct.
So the public auditor publicly said that in publicly about you, a public employee, in the public. And then so Senator Titagui brought it up in the hearing, and you took offense to that.
Yeah,
because
the exact quote, he goes,
hold on.
The title of the YouTube video, in fact, BJ Cruz on Ray Tapazina's raises claim. He goes, quote, his lies are unbelievable, and he does it with a straight face. That from the public auditor.
Thank you, Jay. How come you didn't file an ethics complaint against the public auditor? That's way worse than whatever Tello said.
Well, unfortunately, the Ethics Commission is not even accepting ethics complaints at this moment, primarily because they don't have their SOPs in place and all of that stuff. So, maybe I should.
Wow. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. So Ray, but I mean, you're an executive director in, sitting administration. What would you say to those people who might say that, you didn't die and this comes with the territory?
Well, Chris, we're expected to go to these hearings and speak factually and speak to the issues at hand and not come to these hearings to launch personal attacks. So, it is what it is. If the Guam legislature feels that my complaint doesn't warrant any action, then so be it. But if I can just say, the oversight chair, Joe San Augustine, actually muted Tello from participating in the virtual public hearing,
right?
Which in and of itself says she said something either inappropriate or not truthful, or there was enough merit for her to be muted. I've not known that to happen before.
I just want to be fair. I want to be fair, Ray. Or it was like you and Senator San Augustine are both Governor Lulubel's boys, and he was just siding with you. But I don't know. I don't know. Was anyone muted, or because I can't recall.
She was muted.
Okay. And so you're taking that as like that means that you're validated.
No, I'm taking that as, she said something she shouldn't have said. I don't come to those hearings to launch personal attacks. I come to those hearings to respond to the tough questions. She should ask tough questions.
That's got to be like the toughest question. Do you lie with a straight face? It doesn't really get any tougher than that. That's a tough one.
So that's in and of itself, that's a lie, Chris. I haven't lied on the air. When you've interviewed me, I haven't lied to my girl board. I haven't caught myself lying for anything.
But actually asking you if you lie with a straight face is not a lie. That's a question. How you answer it, depending on the factual circumstances.
But it had nothing to do with the hearing. So when we go to these hearings, you need to talk about matters that are pertinent to the hearing and not just, launching personal attacks. And so if the Guam legislature wants to recognize my complaint, great. If not, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
Right. But what would you say that, because it's not totally out of line for a senator to bring up something that happens in the public, because, when is she ever going to get, or any of them, when are they ever going to get a chance to ask Ray Tapazina, Gore director, about, because it's huge. The public auditor says you lie with a straight face. That's kind of a big deal. And they might not always have an opportunity to
the
ask
public
you
auditor also, the OPA also said we're going into receivership. And we haven't gone into receivership. We're not going into receivership. And I don't know where he got that, but he obviously isn't talking to the same federal partners that I am. He made a lot of statements that are not even close to being factual. And Tello repeated those statements at our hearing. It is what it is. If the legislature feels those comments are inappropriate, then I hope they act on it. But I think she's got more to worry about than my ethics complaint, such as the other ethics complaint. And for the record, I actually FOIA'd those documents from GVB and it was denied. Surprisingly, it was approved with a second FOIA by Candid News, I believe, or at least he was able to obtain that information. But if I was able to obtain that information, I would have filed the ethics complaint, including all of the information that was recently revealed.
So why don't you?
Because I didn't have, my FOIA was denied by GVB and I have the records to prove that. But I was aware that in the previous administration of which I was a part of, I was aware that there was an accusation at GVB regarding a missing purse. I was working for the governor's office at the time. So
this purse thing it's really,
I FOIA'd that information. I didn't get it.
But Ray, we interviewed Tello about this and she provided the sign-out sheet where when she left GVB, she turned over all the property that belonged to the Bureau, and the purse was on the list, and it was signed off by Rose Cunliffe. So, and God, I don't want to get into this purse thing because I feel like it's already been dealt with.
Well, you know, Chris, I can only talk about what was discussed at the board executive session, and for the record,
let's go back
with these executive sessions. With these executive sessions, there's a court stenographer that's typically present, so it's verbatim, it's recorded, and the minutes are pretty accurate. So you know that information got out. That was what was discussed at the board meeting. I don't know what happened after that, but that's not why we're here. I thought we were here to talk about some of Gura's.
Oh, I thought you wanted to
projects.
go in on Tello, so I was just giving you the opportunity. But you know, I'm just going to lay down and let you.
Oh no,
go
I
in
mean,
on it.
if that's what you want to talk about. I'm
No,
fine.
but let me
It's
ask you
just-
this one more. So you put out the press release about the ethics complaint on the Gora. I mean, it came out through the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority. Did you think that was an ethical issue? That should you have done that on like
No,
a
I didn't
personal?
sign. I didn't file the media is turning things around. I didn't file it in my capacity as the Gura executive director. I actually signed the document, not on Gura letterhead, but just on a plain piece of paper.
Right, but it wasn't sent out by Gora?
Yeah, but it wasn't filed
Yeah,
in my
it was-
capacity as the
but,
executive
yeah,
director. of
so
Gura.
it was sent out by Data Control Clerk 2, Kathleen Taiting Fong, Gura's Administration Division. Which to me, it kind of raised my eyebrows because it's like, I mean, I don't know. You did kind of endure this treatment by Senator Tello while you were clocked in as the executive director of Gora. So do you think it
Well,
justifies
I
it?
don't get, Chris, I don't get paid 8 to 5.
I know.
It's not even 8 o'clock right now, and I'm being interviewed in my official capacity.
Right, yeah. So that's
So
cool.
there's a lot of flexibility. You know, I don't time in, time out. I'm an exempt employee. I work on weekends.
know.
If my staff were to send something out during working hours, but they work on weekends as well, you know.
I know. No, I totally get it, Ray. I'm just saying that to use the Gora agency to put out this ethics complaint.
Well, it didn't cost Gura a penny.
Okay. Anyway, so
If that's what you're,
I'm not
if
even
that's
saying
what you're
I'm
concerned
not.
about.
I'm not concerned. I'm just saying that it's interesting to me that Gora sent out this release when it's it's highly It is what it is, Ray. But if you're cool with
Yeah,
it,
well, I signed it. I didn't sign it in my capacity as the Gura executive director.
which is why I was
And
wondering,
it was-
why did Gora send it out? Because when I see the Gora, I'm like, oh, it's a press release. I was like, oh, wait, what is this? That's something. What do you think your odds are, though, with this second one?
I don't really care.
So if you don't really care, why are you doing it?
Because I think every member of the Guam legislature should be held accountable, and I should be held accountable as well. I mean, every appointed official, every elected official.
Let's talk about that. How about that Sinahanya Arts Center, Ray?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, Chris, if I can just say, I was called a political hack, but there's a lot going on at Gura, so that's not typical of a political hack. The Sinahanya Community Arts Center, it's about 40% complete. The walls were poured just last week. The foundation was poured about 3-4 weeks ago. We're hoping to complete construction by October 2021 of this year. So if all goes well, construction has slowed significantly with a lot of activity here on Guam, but we collectively have as many as 50 construction projects going on with our public housing program. So there's still a lot going on. We also broke ground to the Lighthouse Recovery Center for Women in Tizen. The groundbreaking was end of last month, and the contractor now is mobilizing and hopefully putting up all the construction barrier fencing. The Umatic baseball field, it's about 72% complete. Work is ongoing. The lighting installation is happening as we speak, and the renovation of the restrooms are ongoing as well. And then we have 2 basketball courts that we're building. One in Irahan, right next to the Public Health Southern Regional Center. That we just last week got the building permits signed. And my gosh, it took about a year to get that building permit approved. So I'm glad this administration is working to try and streamline the permitting process. So we're hoping to have a groundbreaking for the Irahan basketball court within the next 3 weeks. And then the Mongmong Totumaiti basketball court, that as well, we're working on the request or the invitation for bid for construction, and that we hope to advertise by the end of April. And I mentioned this earlier or in a previous interview. We're working with the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. We just recently completed their concept document for the drug and alcohol rehab and treatment center in Tamuni. That's right next to their current facility. And that was provided to them. We as well are working with them to renovate the former Talafofu DYA cottage homes. That's a 21-acre property in Talafofu, and we want to as well convert that to a drug rehab facility. We're not going to be using GURA's funds, but we're providing technical assistance. The iLearn Academy, $32 million construction project. GURA's share is about $12 million. We're hoping to close the loan documents by the end of the month, and construction really needs to start by the beginning of May, or we're not going to be able to meet the August 2022 school year opening. So that's very critical. And then one thing I want to announce is the low-income housing tax credit award. We're actually going to be awarding as much as $66 million in tax credits to build affordable homes. So we're working on that, and we hope to have the qualified action plan, and that's similar to an RFP process. We hope to get that out very shortly, but the next round of tax credit awards is going to be, it's actually $6.6 million, but it's over 10 years, so it's actually worth $66 million. And then we issued a press release a couple of weeks ago on the official point-in-time count for the homeless population. We have good news to report. There's 790 total homeless. That's 682 unsheltered, 108 sheltered persons. With this count, with the 2020 count, that's actually a 9.7% decrease from the previous year of 2019, which was 875.
When was that point in time count? From what?
That was January 2020, end of the month of January. So it was pre-pandemic.
Right.
And so we were excited that a year under our administration's belt, there was a 9.7% decrease in the homeless population. So, if I can just give you a quick breakdown, there was the homeless vet population decreased by 9%, chronic homeless individuals decreased by 44%, and chronically homeless families decreased by a whopping 74%. So that's, I really want to thank the Guam Homeless Coalition for all the work they do to combat homelessness together with our public partners, public health, behavioral health. We collectively have done an outstanding job, because I don't see the numbers decreasing anywhere in the nation, but we've seen some decreases here on Guam, and hopefully even with the pandemic and the moratorium on evictions, that we won't see the numbers increase anytime soon.
Man, that was good news, Ray, but it was from January of last year. So what do you think the next homeless count that includes the pandemic is going to say?
I really can't say, because keep in mind, Chris, there's a moratorium on eviction. So even if you were a landlord and your tenant isn't paying, there's a moratorium. So the chances of you being evicted during the pandemic are are not very high as well. You know, we have mortgage relief programs that are out there. We have rent relief programs that are out there. And I believe the Department of Administration was just issuing checks this week to applicants who did pre-qualify for rent relief. And then we just recently got in my discussions with HUD, we got their approval on the mortgage relief to use the IRS 1040 definition of income. So that means many of those that were deemed ineligible in the first place may be eligible after all. So from my understanding in my discussions with the Guam Housing Corporation, they've identified as many as 12 more that will qualify for mortgage relief on top of the 3 that's already been approved. So, you know, there's light at the end of the tunnel for a lot of our mortgage holders.
When are we going to do the
Go
next?
ahead.
When are we going to do the next point in time count? Do you know?
Well, the HUD actually gave us a waiver for 2021, January, and there's no discussion right now or no plan to have one possibly until January of next year. But I can't say if it was entirely up to me, because I don't do the point in time count. It's actually done by the Guam Homeless Coalition.
Yeah.
But if it was entirely up to me, I'd want to do one today.
Right. Yeah. Me too. Because I feel like it's I don't want to say disingenuous, but it's kind of just awkward to be holding up these stats from January 2020 and patting ourselves on the back that homelessness went down when we all know full well that this pandemic had dealt a hot hand to a lot of people. And that was part of the whole conversation, was finding shelter for these homeless people because it was such a big problem, right? So I'd be curious to see those numbers. Ray, we're really up against time, but I wanted to ask just before you go, Sinania Fire Station?
Sinania Fire Station, we issued an RFP for the architectural engineering design, and we've accepted a number of applications. So it's currently under review and evaluation. So in the coming weeks, I should be able to take it to the board and award a contract. So yeah, that's moving very expeditiously. We're very excited about that project.
Nice, Ray. Well, keep us posted. Let us know if you do file anything against the public auditor, because that'd definitely be newsworthy. But thanks for the heads up.
You know, Chris, I am really so busy, but when I find time to try and hold people accountable, I do so.
There's always time for that. Take it easy, Ray.
You too.
Okay. Ray Tapasini, Executive Director of GORA. Hey, it's 7:35, Tuesday, April 20th. We're going to take a quick break. And ladies, I have a special treat for you, because coming up next, Jason Solis. That's it. Coming up next.
No, you're talking about the other guy, right?
No,
Actually,
that's it. Coming up next, Jason Solis.
If you work in food services, we have a special treat for you because the information we're going to pass along to you is very, very worthwhile.
Yeah, we got Ken Lujan of the SBA talking restaurant revitalization next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Looking for family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, Uno Go has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
There's a little island across the sea. Come on, my friend, take a trip with me to an island.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody. We are coming to you on a Tuesday morning. Here in Harmon, there seem to be a couple of dark clouds coming over from the eastern side of the island. You know the way island weather works. It's probably going to rain for about 3 minutes, so please, and it's going to go back to sunshine after that, so please be safe on the road if it does get a little bit slippery. One thing that is not slippery is good information from our friends at the Small Business Administration, and the man with the plan is always been Ken Lujan. We've been fortunate to talked to Ken several times over the last year on what the SBA is tirelessly doing to support the various small businesses. So, Ken, always good to see you, my friend. Welcome back to the show.
Well, thanks for having me here, Jason. And I have a lot of good information to pass out to the community today.
So we are going to talk about this restaurant revitalization fund real quick. But I remember when the pandemic first started, Ken, you came on, I think it was like day 3 of the show when we first began. And the numbers and the statistics that you were putting out, you know, were just absolutely staggering about the impact of the pandemic on small business. I believe you said, was it in the state of California? I think in the first week there was something like 130,000 claims filed.
That was the initial hour, actually, 1 hour.
In 1 hour, yeah, 130,000. I mean, I was just like blown away at that. Yeah. As far as the volume of work that, you know, the SBA proper has done in addition to the local office and everything like that, has the amount of claims and advice and consulting that you've been doing, has that subsided?
To a certain degree, the PPP program actually has reduced somewhat. I think majority of the business population here in Guam has taken advantage of that program. But there are other programs such as our Restaurant Revitalization Fund that's coming out that basically is not a loan program. It's a grant opportunity, money so they can get if they qualify under this program. So here's another round of funds that's available to those who were otherwise not eligible for the PPP program.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so when we talk about the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, I'm just thinking, the first question that comes into my mind is, as far as the SBA is concerned, is a restaurant a restaurant a restaurant? I mean, of course, eateries and people that deal with food services, scale and scope can vary. You may be attached to a hotel. You may be like a little standalone, restaurant. You have like alfresco dining in addition to indoor, or do you even consider, the food trucks to be under that purview?
Sure, there's some eligibility requirements, but first off, let me just kind of explain what the Restaurant Revitalization Fund is, because oftentimes we commonly refer to RRF, so you can see here that acronym can move out. But Back in March 11, 2021, a couple months ago or last month, the American Rescue Plan Act, or the ARPA, became law, public law, and in which at that point in time they established the RRF, the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. With that particular act, $28.6 billion was actually allocated for this financing program that authorized SBA to award the funds to recipients who qualify for this activity. Keep in mind that $28.6 billion is on a first come, first served basis, and it's going to be available only until such time that the appropriations do expire. Whatever's remaining in the budget would be dispersed, but it's on a first come, first basis. The funds must be utilized, must be used for eligible uses no later than March 11, 2023. So they have adequate time to use the monies once they receive the monies from SBA. They have a 1 year time period, in other words, to use it. Now, we talked about the eligibility issues that you asked about. Now, who is eligible? Typically, of course, it says Restaurant Revitalization Fund. So the restaurants are eligible. Food stands, food trucks that we have here in Guam, we see a lot of them on Wednesday night up there by the Tizan area. Those food stands and food trucks are eligible. Caterers who are catering right now to the schools, to the various areas they're also eligible. Bars, salons, lounges, and taverns also, they're eligible for the program. Here's another list of it. Snack and non-alcoholic beverage bars. Bakeries are also eligible, but the bakeries have to at least produce 33% of their gross receipts on-site sales. So in other words, they have to, if bakeries are actually having retail operations within its bakery, they must show that there's a 33% gross receipt that's comprised of those sales to be eligible for the program. Breweries, microbrewers, wineries, inns, licensed places that have beverage alcohol producers that are doing this for taste or sampling are eligible.
So is it fair to say, Ken, that we can say like business establishments that have applied for and have been awarded a health license to serve food and drink, they should be eligible for the program?
They should be, again, depending upon the extent of activity they have on, relative to producing food or serving drinks. Because again, if you're wholesaling and not retailing as much, then of course the wholesale factor, you'd be more of a wholesaler than you are a retailer in that case, or service industry.
Sure.
So that's just a list of organizations that could actually be eligible for the program. Now, SBA does fund up to $5 million per location, so you can have multiple locations applying for it. We do $5 million up per location, not to exceed $10 million per applicant or any affiliate business. Now, there is a minimum dollar amount that we look at because we won't process any requests below $1,000. So minimum award for this program is $1,000 with a max up to $5 million. So there's a lot of money to distribute during that, for eligible companies. So with $28.6 billion to go around there, like any other grant fund opportunities, typically you'd have to be registered in SAM.gov. But for the RRF, this particular instance, you do not need to be registered in SAM.gov, nor do you need to have a DUNS number or case number. So that's a good thing for a lot of these companies, organizations that are that have different dialogues or different languages in there that are not familiar with the government process of getting a SAM, being registered in SAM.gov. So in this particular instance, this round of funding, they do not need to be registered in SAM.gov. So who is ineligible? Entities that are ineligible are local government operators, if you're operating as a government. Publicly traded companies, we even are not allowing companies who have closed their operations, permanently closed their operations, to be eligible for this program. Nonprofits are not eligible. And of course, if you're applying for what we call the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, program, which is another grant opportunity, you would not be eligible for the RRF. So that's another thing that you need to consider as well. So you have either the grant, the shutter venue operators grant, or the RRF is what your choice is going to be.
Yeah. One thing that really stood out to me, Ken, was when you were saying earlier that recipients and approved claimants have, they've got until March 2023 to make use of the funds. Is this when someone applies for this and assuming they get approved, is it a schedule that they're then put on to receive payment, or is it almost like how the PUA plan worked with the Department of Labor, where you would have to reapply on some sort of interval?
No, the amount that you apply for, there's going to be full disbursement on it.
Okay, one-time disbursement.
One-time disbursement, but you need to be accountable for that disbursement. In other words, you have to show to us also that you utilize these monies for the intended purpose of paying these expenses and so forth. So they have to show that, because we have the responsibility of going back to Congress and making sure that we gave the monies out for its appropriate use. But there's a whole 1 year period in which they can actually utilize the funds at that point in time. Any form of organization can avail themselves to the program. Sole proprietors could, partnerships could, C corporations, S corporations, B corporations, independent contractors can avail themselves to the program as well, as long as they qualify under the pretense of being in a restaurant serving food and drinks to the business establishment.
And you were saying that one of the conditions that would render you ineligible was if you're attached to a publicly owned company, like say you're like your Burger Kings or your McDonald's, and like companies like at that level, where their stock is publicly traded. But I would maybe naively assume that the majority of the restaurants like on Guam would be considered small businesses, correct?
Well, franchises are actually eligible for it. They must be in SBA's franchise registry, and if they're not too sure they are, they can contact my office to find out if that franchise that they have is registered in there. If it's not registered, then we need to see their agreement, their franchise agreement with the franchisor to make sure that it's an eligible business operations that we can probably provide funding to. So franchises are eligible for this program as well.
Okay. Given that,
ones who are not eligible.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please
go ahead. Now, the other thing also is that if you're under bankruptcy, currently under bankruptcy, or we're bankrupt, then you would not be eligible for the program as well.
Okay.
So I know it's kind of difficult because during this duration of the pandemic, we've seen a lot of companies actually close down, a lot of companies declare bankruptcy. Now they come back and they said, I still want to open up my operations, and here's a way for me to get funding. Unfortunately, because you declared bankruptcy, we're not able to provide you any assistance because you now became ineligible.
Yeah, because one of the, I guess we can call it a subgenre of restaurants that you were saying was like the catering operation. And I remember, I believe I spoke with you about this, was when we said the pandemic really first started rolling into high gear last year, was, catering is such a big part of Guam because of the christenings and the weddings and the funerals, and the catering services here do so much business. And they just basically said, we may not have necessarily closed our business or completely scuttled the operation, but we're indefinitely suspended. In that case, would a company still be applicable? It's
sure.
Like we're still around.
Again,
we're just not doing. We're possibly still paying our taxes. We're just not in operations at the moment.
Right, and that's still eligible for that. Some of them may have, because they had employees, some of them may have applied for the PPP program to protect their employees' salary. And so one of the caveats within this program is that if you had a PPP loan, you have to subtract your total amount that you're asking for, subtract that dollar amount from the total. So in other words, if you're asking for $100,000 and you had a $50,000 PPP, you would only get the $50,000 remaining as a funding source.
Sure.
So you'd have to subtract the PPP, and that's for the reason that that's like a duplication of program funds. So the SBA provided PPP funding, the SBA provided shutter venue operators grant, and now we're providing the RF. we don't want any duplication of tapping into, similar program funds too at the same time. So when you do your calculations as you're applying, you'd have to take your total funding needs minus your PPP dollar amount that you receive from SBA as well.
Given that, Ken, and given the fact that restaurants are such complex businesses to run, and like you said, if you're a traditional wholesaler or a retailer, you can probably get by maybe running the storefront with maybe one or two staffers on duty, and you can have like a reduced staff. I mean, if you're running a restaurant, you've got front of house staff, you've got people doing the kitchen, you've got staff cleaning and maybe taking orders and stuff like that. I mean, it's a big complicated orchestra to deal with. What would you think, and maybe with the stats that you have and everything like that, how many applications are you anticipating receiving now that the word is official and people are able to avail of this opportunity?
Yeah, we are anticipating a large number of applications. As a matter of fact, each SB district office has been tasked to provide to their staffing personnel on a 60-day TDY assignment to help facilitate the RRF funding here. So in other words, like one of my staff is going to be tasked for 60 days to work on the RRF, strictly in the RRF because of the large amount of applications we anticipate that we're going to receive, because we've been getting a lot of calls and a lot of cries to Congress that the restaurants have really been hurt a lot, and obviously they've been the one most impacted for the longest time. So now that this program has come out, we anticipate a lot more applications in it, which also this funding also provides a lot more flexibility than our PPP program, because with the PPP, basically it was geared towards protecting the paycheck of the employee. In this case, with the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, you can have a lot of the use of funds towards a lot of expenses, such as your business maintenance expense, construction of outdoor seating, because a lot of companies, restaurants had to create a canopy or a location outside their brick and mortar location, and that's expensive when you start putting the plexiglasses in between tables and so forth. So these are things that they're doing, and we also realize that these restaurants had to take on debt during the time that they were actually closed, and so these funds would actually pay for any business mortgage obligations or any business service debt, both principal and interest at the same time too. So the funds are allowing a lot of flexibility on the use of how it can be used towards expenses, which gives them a lot of flexibility to use that money for that. So I encourage a lot of the businesses out there to gather their financial information, gather all the documentation that they have, and then really put together a package where it's going to be useful for paying prior debt as well as future debt that they can probably use then.
Yeah, and certainly our friends in the restaurant and food services business in the last year, they've had to get very, very creative, take on a lot of debt, as you said, and just operate in a way that they never anticipated to keep their heads above water. But certainly your agency and the assistance and the advice that you're giving and everything like that is really doing these honest companies who are really trying to provide a valuable service, like an immense lift and everything. So I'm coming up on the top of the hour, Ken, so I got to let you go, but I know we are going to get together later because Nestor is going to feature you and Mary Rhodes from the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association on this landmark news and how it affects our restaurants. So in closing, could you give the contact information if people listening right now and watching would like to get in touch with you for more information?
Sure. If they want to apply, SBA has created a platform. It's at restaurants.sba.gov. They're also having a point of sale vendors. They're looking at possible POS providers that would provide that. Unfortunately, we don't have it here in Guam, but you can certainly do this online. Or you can contact a telephone number. It's area code 844-279-8898, and that's where you can use the telephone to apply. The only problem with that, it may take longer for you for processing. So the best bet for you to do is go to restaurants.sba.gov and then you can apply for there. You can also go to sba.gov/restaurants and you can download the application sample there, and you can also download the guides that you can get your information there as well. So yeah, take advantage of it, or you can contact me in my office at 472-7277, or email me. Send me an email at kenneth.lujan@sba.gov. I'll be more than happy to help you, or at least provide you information as to where to get the, where to apply and so forth. So thank you for having me here. And this is a new opportunity for our restaurant or industry, our food and drink industry to avail themselves of the funds that are available now.
For sure. And Ken, I know I can speak on behalf of like all the restaurants and the very hellish atmosphere they've had to deal with the last 10 months. Or last 14 months now, I should say. And it's great that they have, like an avenging angel, like you and your colleagues over at the SBA having their back in this really rough time.
All right. Thanks, Jason. And
right.
Let me know if there's any information you need.
All right, can do, will do. Thanks so much, Ken.
There you go. The avenging
Take care.
angel of small businesses. Ken. You got to come on with a cape next time, Ken, and a little like avenging angel mask.
I need something in red.
Yeah, something red. We got it. Thanks, Ken.
All right,
Appreciate
thanks so
it.
much, Ken. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Yeah, and
Thanks,
again,
Jason.
Nestor LaConta, we are going to record tomorrow's edition of In Full Zoom, where he is going to completely deep dive into Ken's perspective on this, and then also what Mary has with the GHRA and this. So make sure to look for that. That's going to be on YouTube real quick.
Right. At 7:59, we are KUAM FM Agotni Guam on the breeze. We're about to jump on to KUAM TV. But I'm going to take a really quick break, and we'll come back with the start of the show on KUAM TV, guys. Okay, it's the link. Good morning.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, KUAM TV. Welcome to the link. The Tuesday, April 20, 420, as it's colloquially, as it's affectionately known as.
Everything's just falling into place today. 420, so assumedly a lot of people are going to have the munchies, and now restaurants are getting a huge boost from our friends at the Small Business Administration.
Right on. And I'm pretty sure they're going to get a little boost today as everyone goes out there and, order grab and grub. Obviously, don't drive impaired if you're smoking the herb on this 420. And coming up, we're going to talk a little bit about 420 and the history of it for our listeners and viewers who might not know. Like, where did they even get 420? There's so many urban legends about why this, of all days,
Does it derive from Rastafarianism?
See, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I guess, don't know. Some people don't care. But, yeah, we'll get into it after the news. Okay, it's 8:01. Again, our show is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Cowboy Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Okay, more info is coming up here, 8:02 now on the link, Tuesday, April 20th. For Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, Jason Salas, good morning.
All right, good morning, everybody, and Hafaday to all of our viewers who just joined us on KUAM TV. Good to have you here on a Tuesday morning, because on Monday, your friends at the Joint Information Center did report that out of 832 test samples taken from the period last Friday through last Sunday, this is the entire weekend, mind you, and they came from public health as well as various labs, 10 positive cases of coronavirus were confirmed on the island, 10 of them. Overall, since last Friday, 13 identified cases reported recent travel and 3 were confirmed while in quarantine. The island's overall coronavirus case count is approaching 7,900, and there, of course, have been 136 COVID-related deaths on the island. Koam's CAR score has now increased from 0.3 to 0.5. As far as the vaccination count, better than 65,000 of your fellow Guamanians have gotten their first doses, with nearly 47,000 people on the island now fully immunized. As far as testing goes, that will continue today at the Old Carnival Grounds in Teason, starting in about an hour and lasting until high noon, or while supplies last, about 200 tests will be administered. No symptoms are needed to qualify for testing, so again, go to the Old Carnival Grounds in Teason from 9 to 12. If you are in need of COVID-19 testing for off-island travel, you may contact the Public Health Northern Regional Community Health Center to schedule an appointment. Minors, mind you, must be accompanied by a parent or a legal guardian. Well, the Tamuni Mayor's Office, in our next story, held a food distribution event for villagers at the Tamuni Senior Citizen Center yesterday. And as KUM's Isaiah Uggan reports, it did go very smoothly. So here's more on the Tamuni food distribution.
The Tri-Village Mayor's Office gave 1,000 bags of dry goods to island residents in collaboration with the Guam Department of Education under the TFAP food commodities. Each bag had 2 types of cereal: cranberry, apple juice, pistachio nuts, macadamia nuts, peaches, mixed fruit cans, 4 bags of packaged chicken, and chicken in a can. According to Village Mayor Luis Rivera, over 30 volunteers dedicated their time to put these items together in one bag. Those volunteers were from various groups, including members of the Anderson Air Force Base, Guam Army, Tatua Cultural Dance Group, the Guam International Christian Church, as well as family and friends of the Tatua Incorporation. Rivera says that she is grateful for community members coming together and dedicating their time to ensure a smooth food distribution.
So we're very fortunate to have all these wonderful people come together, package it and to help serve our people that are in need of food. And everything's going smoothly. We have our team out there that's directing traffic, making sure that the businesses don't get bothered with all the traffic and that they're not blocking intersections. So everything is flowing nice and smoothly.
She added that Kashiles and Papa John's also contributed to the distribution. Mayor Rivera says that another distribution with the Pacific Unlimited is set to take place next week, Monday, April 26, beginning at 2 p.m. That distribution will have the chilled items like milk, vegetables, butter, cheese, and meat. A Tatuho resident says she waited in line for almost an hour to get the free food. Okay. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi, Isaiah Uggan.
All right, thanks so much, Isaiah. And to see more and to comment on Isaiah's story, make sure to check out his report on KUM.com. Well, since the start of the year, the Guam Police Department has launched over a handful of death investigations, the most recent event occurring on Swamp Road in Dededo, with the man accused for the deadly shooting of 25-year-old Joshua Menu being held on $100,000 cash bail. With more on this story is KUM's Adriana Cotero.
It's unfortunate that lives were lost, but, we still have to bring justice to the family. We still work at providing the justice to the community and making sure that those that are apprehended, we do garner the conviction.
36-year-old Matthew Manabuson appeared for his magistrate's hearing over the weekend. According to the complaint, the murder defendant is claiming self-defense. Court documents state that he allegedly admitted to shooting 25-year-old Joshua Menu in Dededo on April 15th. He faces murder as a first-degree felony with special allegation for possession or use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. Police launched an investigation after Menu's lifeless body was found on Ha'asu Drive on Swamp Road. As Guam Police Department spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapau explains, their criminal investigation division has successfully located suspects for each multiple death investigations launched this year.
The Guam Police Department is able to, in a timely manner, in an expeditious manner, we were able to garner and, effectuate an arrest for the individuals that were responsible for all these cases.
Court documents state officers saw a blood trail from Menno's deceased body that led toward a residence off the roadway, where Manabuson was staying with several others. Officers learned Menno had stopped by the house to have a cigarette and dinner, where he allegedly got into an argument with another person in the home and struck the person on the neck with a machete. The person reportedly ran into the home and alerted Manabuson, who walked out of his house with a pistol and shot Menno. Officers noted what appeared to be a gunshot wound on Menno's lower right rib area. Documents state Manabuson admitted to shooting Menno, but claims Menno had been threatening his cousins while brandishing a machete, and he was afraid Menno would hurt them, so he shot him first. Manabuson told officers where the pistol was, which authorities recovered within a hidden compartment inside a school bus that was stationed beside the home. Manabuson did not have a valid firearms ID and is currently on parole. Similar to other homicide cases, Manabuson is a repeated violent offender, having a criminal history trailing back nearly a decade.
We use the track record and of course the history as to prepare us as to who we're dealing with and everything. But there is a human side to the individual, and understanding some of the choices and the decisions and some of the predicaments that they're in at that moment in time. That decision or that choice that they made may not have been the best decision, but it was a decision that was made by them. And it's really unfortunate that we continue to we're continuing to see this.
Manabuson's next court hearing was set for April 27th.
All right, thanks so much, Adriana. And now with more of what's happening around the island as you make your way around on this gorgeous Tuesday morning, let's go to the newsroom where Pete Santos is standing by with your link update.
Very good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Taking it over to the home of the Bulldogs, where GDOE and Public Health kicked off the week with another school-based vaccination clinic geared towards Ukadu High and Simon Sanchez students. Tyler Matinani reports.
Today, GDOE launched their second school-based COVID-19 vaccination clinic at the Ukadu High campus. The goal was to support Ukadu and Simon Sanchez students who were interested and eligible to receive the vaccine. However, the clinic was also open to community members interested in availing of the opportunity. GDOE PIO Interim Michelle Franquez.
We have our social workers as well as our school health counselors who are available to talk to parents who just want a little bit more reassurance and more information on the vaccination.
One young woman, 18-year-old Kayleani Ka'ai, was in the final step to completing her vaccination journey.
I decided to get vaccinated because I have family in the States and I want to see them.
Ka'ai said she practically had zero side effects from her first dose.
It's just muscle aches on this arm, the one I got shot with, but that was it.
While Kayleani got processed, we met 25-year-old Michael Hollers. Michael is one of the last among his friends to get vaccinated, and like Kayleani, decided to get it for travel purposes. He also had the goal of Path to Half.
Some places are going to have vaccination passports. And to open up Guam, you need to get your vaccination and to open up Guam, so might as well get your vaccination.
Hollers explained that he was a little worried about getting vaccinated at first, but eventually put his fears aside to help Guam reach the goal of herd immunity.
I've been hearing a lot of stories with the trials. It's still the trial, but I decided, I think it's just people are just some paranoid sometimes.
One shot down, one more to go. Michael said he felt good now that the first round is out of the way. As for Kayleani, she also said she was glad because if she were to get the virus, it wouldn't be as bad as it could be if she didn't get vaccinated. The next GDOE COVID-19 vaccination clinic will be on May 3rd from 9 to 3 p.m. at the JFK campus. 500 doses of the Pfizer vaccine will be offered. Again, this is geared towards students. However, GDOE has opened it up to anyone in the community that would like to avail of the vaccination clinic. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matinani.
Nearly $200 million in third-round economic impact payments has now been paid out. The Department of Revenue and Taxation processed another $33 million in EIP3 payments on Friday. To date, it sent out some 74,500 payments, totaling some $194.5 million. DRT was notified of the approval of its plan on April 10th and immediately began sending out payments on that date. It is using available data to determine eligibility, and most people will be paid automatically with no additional action needed. An EIP lookup portal is available at www.myguamtax.com. To obtain information on EIP 1, 2, and 3 program payments, EIP 3 was authorized by the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, which was signed into law by President Biden on March 11th. Senator Telo Taitigui has yet another ethics complaint filed against her, citing an incident that occurred in a legislative hearing with Guerrilla leadership in September of last year. A press release sent by the senator's office stated, quote, Senator Taitigui's leadership style has caused some of Guam's out-of-touch political elitists to engage in personal and political vendettas against her, end quote. But the man who penned the ethics complaint, Guerrilla Director Ray Tapascia, says,
the bottom line is she did something during the hearing that even forced the oversight chair, Senator Joe San Agustin, to mute her. So she was actually removed from participating in the hearing. I mean, obviously she did something wrong. Her question was, what is my response to the OPA saying I lie with a straight face? I mean, that had nothing to do with the hearing. That had nothing to do with Gura. It was more a personal attack. So, you know, my concern is if we have to come to these hearings and speak factually, I think they should be held to the same standard.
With government ethics taking center stage with the recent establishment of the Guam Ethics Commission, Tapascia says it's a necessity to call out elected and appointed officials when it comes to accountability.
I think everybody that goes to these hearings and feels that the senators are not being truthful in their responses should do what I did, file an ethics complaint.
Senator Taitigui's press release went on to say, quote, the second ethics complaint filed recently by a political hack won't silence me. But in a recent communication with Tapascia, he says, quote, it's interesting when those who hold a politically elected position call me a political hack. But for the record, I have passed 2 exams with the National Housing and Redevelopment Officials Organization, which makes me a bit more qualified than a singer-turned-senator. I live with my wife and 2 daughters. Last I checked, I bought their purses. With regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News.
Half a day, Dantino, Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. All states and U.S. territories are still awaiting a more detailed outline from the U.S. Treasury on spending specifics for the American Rescue Plan Act. The CNMI is currently basing the expenditure plan on the CARES Act and the Disaster Relief Bill guidelines until they get further guidance from Treasury. Governor Torres states they want to have a more structured proposal by next week.
We wanted to make sure that what we propose is within our guidelines, and so that's the biggest part. We can always come back and make those amendments based on priorities if things comes up. But our plan is to get as accurate as we can.
Some of the priorities the administration wants to allocate funding for is the CNMI's deficit issue, land compensation, and all other pending government billings. The ARPA funding will also be used to address compensation.
We already addressed our employees, bringing them back from furlough. Not just the furlough, but bringing everybody up to 80 hours. So that was first and foremost. The opportunity to continue to maintain our retirees' pension at 100%. Again, when the legislature gave me that authority to the 100% reprogramming, gave me the opportunity and the ability to find ways to make it happen.
The governor will be holding a cabinet meeting next week to take down their concerns and priorities. The House Committee on Judicial and Governmental Operations wants to take another look at the travel expenditures of Governor Ralph Torres and First Lady Diane Tadela Torres. Chairwoman Selena Babauta requested documents from both the Marianas Visitors Authority and the Office of Personnel Management. Babauta asked MVA to provide all documents of Torres' MVA-funded travel and OPM to provide unredacted documents relating to hires, promotions, and amendments to contracts of department heads. Governor Torres on the issue.
They did this last couple years. There's already a recommendation for them. They send all my travel expenditures and some other expenditures to OPA, I believe even the AG, and now just another process that they're doing again. I don't know what kind of information that they're seeking other than those that's already been provided. But that's their prerogative. In the meantime, I will continue to do what I need to do.
Torres also urges the legislature to work on current issues and more revenue-generating bills.
My office is open. So again, we have a lot of issues ahead of us and currently. So why don't we look into how do we help our community today and not politicizing anything other than helping our community and working across the aisle.
For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Lemes.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Today, all Americans aged 16 and older are eligible for the coronavirus vaccine. To date, more than 131 million Americans have gotten at least a single dose. That's more than half of all adults in the entire nation. Natalie Brand brings you the latest from Washington.
From Miami Beach, where a year-long curfew has been lifted, to New York City, where the longest-running off-Broadway show is back in production.
The show must go on.
Signs of progress. And now the CDC says more than half of all U.S. adults have gotten at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine.
And we now have one thing on our mind, making sure that the other 50% know how easy it is to get a shot.
We have enough of it. You need to be protected.
President Biden asked states to make anyone age 16 and older eligible for a vaccine starting today. And most states beat the target ahead of this week.
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, there's a little soreness in the arm. The shot didn't hurt as much as I thought it was.
But world coronavirus deaths reached 3 million Sunday, and the actual number is believed to be significantly higher. Here in the U.S., new infections are close to 70,000 a day, about the same as last summer's peak. 38 states reported hikes in hospitalizations last week. Hardest hit Michigan, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and New Jersey.
The 7-day average of daily deaths are now increasing, with 6 consecutive days of increases.
Part of the COVID fighting arsenal remains sidelined. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine is still on a recommended pause following at least 6 rare cases of blood clots. But the single-dose shot could return to arms later this week.
One of the possibilities would be to bring them back, but to do it with some form of restriction or some form of warning.
A CDC advisory committee will meet Friday to discuss the J&J vaccine and is expected to make a decision. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
And now in Guam's native tongue, here's Kin Concepcion with your Chamorro News Update.
Buenas tardes, tiga suntig ifinot sa morgen ni KUAM News para Martes, 20 Abril 2021. Mareport ni Guam Police na ma-autopsy ginimahod humatak si Daniel Sanchez. Ano gi-report na dyan namatay si Sanchez sa pulisan na din nalaman gi-ilunya dyan ni sinesi siya gitataw-taw niya. Masoda si Sanchez na esta matay gitafta pago na mes gyalom guma Rudy Kinata animan maagang yung polisiya pero marekonosi amano nagaygi si Sanchez. Maresta si Kinata dyan nobyana Junior Sked dyan ma-indictedos pwede maan niya senat di si Sanchez na mapuno. Si Kinata sa seso maresta pod MP2 na inisaw. Ifanaytay na si Sanchez sa maklasifika na homicide. Otro na sunto gin ni Korte anak manyo di Ritsonia pero latsari kizon na trial ima asaki pod mamuno si Donovan Ornelas. Antes desti malagonya na pero manatsadikin si gida si trial niya Jaim Finn debido matutuhun gidiadro si Gimanzu. Loe baganya si Gloria Rudolph jan si Terrence Timblin mafaysa ni Korte pero maschedule do nuevo trial sa pwede marecibin nuevo mas na ebidensya da manisisita mas tempo para maprepara siya. Matsaki si Ornelas na utri agaganya si Andrew Ray Castro 51 anyos na edad giza Santa Rita gi Enero na mes. Gidokumento ni Korte admite si Ornelas na manyugong giparadedito za Pauli Lunya si Castro giyon maabandona na kareta gi halom tano. Maschedule ni Korte further proceedings na hearing gidia 2 Agosto. Gotro sunto kana 200 milyon pesos para minatres na economic impact payments sa manahuzong esta. The Department of Revenue and Taxation sa prepare balin 36 milyon pesos na EIP3 na inapas gimapos na business. Esta 64,500 man mapasi na total 194.5 milyon pesos. Mamanotifika ay Revenue and Taxation na may prebe plano niya gidia 10 Abril para ma-distribute huzong isalapi. Sa matutuhon man na huzong wiha na dia. Manasasad bi informasyon niya ay Revenue and Tax para ma-determine kwalifikasyon sa para madzot na taw-tawta taza mas para matsogi na para mananggaha isalapi. Sino di informasyon pod EIP1, EIP2 sa ni EIP3 na stimulus gi www.myguamtax.com mautuli sa EIP na stimulus ni American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 no ninalay ani afidma si Presidente Biden gidyaon si Gimatsu. Dito muna sunto afidma giadzi virtual na manera proklamasyon para may celebrate Earth Month pat mesitano imagahaka lulyongger sa nota na sumano in mas presiso na tiyatsu ay administrasyon sa sustainability and environment sa debito duhit tatsuli necessaryo na pausumona para tana siguro na gaskasi yaslata sa debi na tahaso na iasaw taha afay bidadata. Chairman para Island Beautification Task Force si segundo gobyerno Justin Wario ay expresa lokwi na mega konvensyon niya por celebration ni Earth Month para pagunasakan sa pwede nuevo na administrasyon gi Estados Unidos sumano talo gi Paris Accord. Earth Day pa diyan tanota sa Huwebes gi dia 22 gi abril sa todo makumbibida pero managas kasi slata kabales gi Sabado dia 24 gi abril. Para KUAM News, Guausikin Conception.
All right, since it's Mossy, Uncle Ken, and we saved this very, very inspiring clip for the very last because some good news about a good friend as the local iconic musician Patrick Palomo, as you know, was diagnosed with prostate cancer and he's been very bravely fighting the disease. Just a few short days after having surgery in California, he wanted to thank the various caregivers and healers and medical practitioners who've been taking care of him, as well as send a special message of love to all of the thousands of Guamanians who have been supporting him financially, with prayer, and with well wishes. He's doing what he was born to do. And we got this clip from his friend Kaz Endo, who set up the GoFundMe account on him. So here's Patrick behind the piano once again with a song for you. That is a beautiful sound, and so much more now.
Yep. Way to go, Uncle Pat. You know he's also a masseuse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he teaches down at.
So he has, obviously there's something with his hands as he's able to play the piano like that and also heal people through traditional massage.
Well, you were telling me a story like off the air ones, but you actually toured with him. You said like in Vegas, was it several years ago.
Yeah, it was not several years ago, Jay. It was like 2004. Oh my God, 2004! Holy mac!
What was that experience like? And were you very, very close to him already at that point?
Yeah, he's my uncle. Yeah. So we kind of hung out the trip because we went DUB, and I think Bokungo was there. The late Bokungo was there, but DUB was kind of doing their thing, and then Bokungo was kind of doing his thing. So me and Uncle Pat roomed together. We did one show in San Diego, and I think one in Vegas. Yeah, it was a good time. It was great. I mean, obviously, he's such a great musician, and really, I think it's kind of cool how he's transcended and bridged. I mean, not just him. I mean, so many of the kind of like the old guard of the music scene, how they rub elbows and play with like the new people. I think that's just so cool because it's like bridging these musical generations. Yeah, so good job. That was awesome. 8:27, we're going to take a quick break, and we're back with more of The Link Next, good morning.
Learn more about Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And I'm marching through the table. You see the same old thing. Ain't no fool up on the table. And the folk up in the bottom. And you better not complain, boy. Get in trouble with the mountain. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me.
Yeah.
Oh, let the midnight special.
I'm sorry, but this is better than the original.
I'm not going to disagree.
Good stuff. Joe McCarroll. Did you know he was an airport police officer?
You've mentioned that before.
Yeah, I freaked out when first time I saw him in uniform. I was like, what? Who was your connector? They hired you, boy?
Okay, you know what's another song that Chamorro, I mean, you'll even find like the boys playing this like in the back, like on a Sunday afternoon, or some uncle will play it like like a christening or something, just on an acoustic guitar, is the old Freddie Fender song, Wasted Days and Wasted Nights. And I love Freddie Fender, and that is an amazing song, but you hear like a Chamorro guy play that, and you got that like kind of old school, like it's heavily influenced by country. And then they get into that one part, don't you remember the day when you went away? And then everybody dun 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 dun.
I was so lonely.
Yep. And then I don't care what it is, the entire village, your neighborhood, everybody. Why should I keep loving you? Everybody gets.
I thought Freddie Fender was Chamorro when I was growing up. I was like, this guy's got to be Chamorro.
You know, have you ever seen like video of Freddie Fender?
Yeah,
on
he
YouTube?
looks Chamorro.
Yeah, the hair would like give it away.
Yeah.
That's how everybody looked like in Friday Night Cruising. Like you'd see like that guy with like the big hair and
and them boots.
Yeah. And then everybody would pull into like Mad Mel's and get your lowrider ready.
Okay, careful. I don't want to go too far down.
Also, you got to love the internet, because I'm looking at my Google Discover screen right now. So the 3 stories that have been recommended to me, right, based on my interests, are man proposes to wife wearing SpongeBob SquarePants outfit at a cosplay thing. So interesting. Today's stock price for Johnson & Johnson. Ouch. And a old clip from The Muppet Show, which is now on Disney Plus, showing Kermit the Frog and Debbie Harry from Blondie singing Rainbow Connection.
Wow. Yeah, so it's 4:20 today, guys.
I'm hungry. And I don't even partake. I'm just hungry.
I know. Well, Jay, if you're hungry and you got the munchies on 4:20, there's only one way to go, and that's Uno Go.
I've ordered from Uno Go multiple times in the past. I got to say, Uno Go, you got to love the branding. I'm a marketing major, and just the fact that, the car comes, rolling in. Everybody, in your neighborhood, they see it. They know how to get in touch with it. And then the receipt is branded, the bag is branded, and everything like that. I mean, the food comes very, very hot. I've ordered pasta from Uno Go before, and I mean, it is piping hot when you get it out.
You burned your mouth, didn't you?
Yeah, the first time I ever ordered from Uno Go was Capricciosa.
And you know they've actually just added Punta dos Amantes, the terrazza. They got a good burger there.
You know, I've never had that burger.
It's really good. Yeah.
I could really go for a steak right now. Where
Well,
on Uno Go can we order
I don't know,
steak?
but our lunch has been sorely lacking since Sabrina's been gone.
Which is to say that she
I mean,
hasn't
it's
treated-
good because I dropped a couple pounds, but you know, I'm just saying, Jay. If we're gonna have a steak, okay, you know, I treated Friday.
That just happened to be the day when I split.
No, I treated Friday. Remember at King's?
Oh yeah. How generous of you.
So anyway, 420.
Would you call Uno Go to like deliver Kings, which is like 500 feet away from us? You probably would.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
Yeah, you're that guy.
Jason, we're talking about 420, and like, what does the number 420 even come from? And you were saying, what did you say?
I was always wondering if the whole 420 thing and the marijuana tie-in was because of some Rastafarianism, you know, philosophical like thing.
Like something in the like what? Like
Yeah.
the
And
Rastafari
admittedly,
Bible?
I don't really know a lot about Rastafarianism.
Yeah.
And out of curiosity, I've read the Wikipedia article. I watched this old documentary on Bob Marley, and I watched the documentary from maybe 5 years ago when Snoop Doggy Dogg became Snoop Lion.
Snoop Lion.
Snoop Lion. Did
That
you
was
watch
pretty
that one?
cool. Yeah, it was neat.
He hung out with I think it was with Bunny. Was it
Bunny Wailer? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And he went over there, and you know, Snoop had this like, you know, reverence and Bunny Wailer had a few at that point.
Yeah.
He's like Snoop, if you never have gone to Kingston, you will never know what it's like to be in Kingston.
Because you have never been in Kingston,
Yeah.
Ja Rastafari.
But see, everybody kind of unfairly just said, okay, well, Snoop is just doing this documentary about you know, partaking of marijuana. But I mean, it was this real spiritual journey, and I've always wondered if, like, you know, is there this big introspective side to 420, or is it like some Beastie Boys concert that everybody just like started one day and then like a bunch of college kids are just like, okay, we have a thing.
Well, I mean, just growing up, I always heard so many different things. Like people said, oh, it's 420 because there are 420 different chemicals in cannabis, which I don't think is true. And then it was like, oh, 420 is the police code for marijuana smoking in progress. And then some people,
Remember people were making songs out of police codes at one point?
right? Yeah,
Everybody was a
187.
187.
Yeah, okay. But according to Time Magazine, because I want to be credible here, the most credible story traces 420 to Marin County, California, where in 1971, 5 students at San Rafael High School would meet at 4:20 p.m. by the campus's statue of chemist Louis Pasteur to partake of the cannabis. They chose that specific time because extracurricular activities had usually ended by then. This group became known as the Waldos because they met at a wall. They would say 420 to each other as code for marijuana. As one of them told Time Magazine in 2017, we got tired of the Friday night football scene with all of the jocks. We were the guys sitting under the stands smoking a doobie, wondering what we were doing there.
And what does this have to do with Louis Pasteur?
They
met
just
in the
they just
chemistry
happened to
lab
meet at the
named after
statue,
him?
I
Okay.
guess, yeah.
I mean, he cured smallpox in cows, but
Right. And here later, one of the guy's brothers helped him get work with a Grateful Dead bassist as a roadie.
that'll do it.
And so the band is said to have helped popularize the term 420. On December 28, 1990, a group of deadheads in Oakland handed out flyers that invited people to smoke 420 on April 20. Oh my God, you like smoke 420 on like April 20 at like 4:20 p.m. and let's say like 4:20 in the morning.
Long live Jerry Garcia, you guys. Do not hate on the Grateful Dead.
One ended up, and so yeah, I guess that's kind of like the official.
I didn't realize it went back that far. I only became aware of it when I started working here.
Right. Yeah, and so now it's just so mainstream. It's so crazy to me, Jay, that when you trace like the attitude about cannabis over like, let's say even the last 10 years is one thing, but even over the last 5 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the attitude on cannabis is just totally softened. I feel like it's widely accepted. I mean, really the only people who are complaining about it is the tourism people. Right? Yeah. And so, I mean, I don't even like God. I don't get excited like, oh my God, 420. Oh my God, it's like 420. Oh my God, guys, it's like 420. 420. But it is what it is. It's becoming this huge marketing thing.
And I actually do have to amend myself because there is.
Oh, amend yourself, please, Jay.
There is a resource that I use to teach me about the Rastafarianism and the consumption
Yeah.
of marijuana. Do you remember a member of our community for many, many years?
Rasta Ben?
Rasta Ben.
I was talking about him yesterday. So Rasta Ben Guerrero was this guy.
I went to UOG with him.
You went to UOG with him, and he had the huge dreads, and this was like the 90s, right?
And that's the actual traditional way you grow dreads. I mean, you let your body's natural oil harden the dreads.
Right. But this guy used to walk everywhere, and I would pick him up and, give him a ride to UOG or whatever. But he ended up leaving the island because he actually had a case with the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Where he was saying that he should be allowed to smoke cannabis based on religious grounds because he was a Rastafarian.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? And at the time, it was like, everyone was like, ha, 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 yeah,
He's got his own Wikipedia article about him. Look him up on Wikipedia.
Yeah. Everyone was like, ha, 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 yeah, right, smoke weed, ha, 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 yeah, right, a Chamorro Rastafarian, ha, as if. And so basically he left island because he told me that he just felt like he had a big target on his head. And at this time, like the attitude on marijuana was like way different than it is now.
No, but he has always been like the same. He has always flown that flag. I mean, literally. He walked around UOG and he had, like the big, what's that kind of
Dreadlocks.
hat? No.
The big hat. Yeah, the big hat.
And like the colors of the flag of Jamaica.
Red,
was
gold,
always
and green.
Black and red and green and
Right.
everything like that, And he would always take the time, if you would listen, to talk about, what he believed in. And he was talking about, I don't know if he was a member of that group Normal, the national organization.
He was
for
a
the reform of
card-carrying
marijuana
member
laws.
of Normal. I actually know the guy pretty well because I used to always give him a ride and pick him up. And
Yeah, and you're right. I know even when he was going to UOG, he would walk from UOG to Shirley's, not in Manila, not across the street. He would walk to Shirley's and Agana on foot.
Right.
From
I'd give him a
UOG.
ride. I'd give him a ride some once in a while. And one time I smoked out with him, and he did this this whole like Rastafarian prayer before the thing. He was like, Haile Selassie, like he lit the joint, and then he was like, Haile Selassie, something Rastafari, and it was like, whoa, this is cool. Oh my God, he's doing like a Rastafari prayer. Oh my God. Yeah. But it was so ironic because he had like the crappiest weed. I mean, it was like seeds and just dry.
But
like
I saw him
crumbs.
even after I finished UOG and like he finished UOG, I'd see him around like years later and his voice got like a lot higher.
Rasta Ben, yeah,
yeah, and I was
brother
like, wow,
Chris.
he smoked a lot of weed.
Yeah, a good guy though, man.
Yeah,
Good
no,
heart. Yeah.
very, very genuine.
Yeah. Remember, dude, this guy's calves were like freaking huge.
Yeah, you put on as
Right,
much mileage
yeah.
as that dude did.
Yep.
Wait, so have you ever heard anything from him since then?
I haven't heard anything from him. I just know that he left Island because of that whole case. And
Yeah.
I heard that he had gone to like Jamaica, but I don't know. If any of you guys out there know?
And which Guerrero was he? Which Guerrero family was he from then?
A good question. Also, I don't know.
Yeah, and
I want to
UOG
say it was from Jotnia though, because I remember dropping him in Jotnia a lot.
Well, UOG is kind of like, I guess you can consider it like a party school where, if somebody's having like a village fiesta.
Oh my
or-
God, it's like a party school.
Yeah, somebody's getting married at their house. Like everyone at
University
UOG
of
knows about
Guput. Is that what it is? University of Guput.
Yeah, but everybody would know about it, and everyone would see him there.
Guput
And everyone's like, "Hey, Rasta Ben's here!" And,
Hey, Rasta Ben, yay!
yeah, good guy though.
Yeah, he's a good guy. It's 8:41. Well, there you go. That's our Rasta Ben story on 420. We're going to take a quick break. Daddy Del Mayor, Melissa Savares is coming up here in just a few minutes on the show. And then we're also going to go in with Dr. Christiana Whitman, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Okay, they're doing their lunchtime peace talks. And we're also going to catch up with our very own Tomas Manglotnia, who's working on some great stories for you guys. And he also just got vaccinated in the States.
Excellent.
Yeah, and so
At
I don't know.
Stanford.
Yeah, I don't know if it was his first, second shot or whatever, but the whole process, it's way different than what's happening here on Guam, right?
Real quick, JD Cruz in our chat, or our comment stream, I should say, he goes, people originally thought 420 was actually Bob Marley's birthday.
Right. But I don't, is it like, did he die on 420? Let me Google that.
Well, here, let me.
Yeah, thanks, Jay.
Okay. Hey Google. When did Bob Marley die?
Oh, he didn't. He died on May 11th. See, there's another
Okay,
rumor.
here, hold it.
Right.
Hey Google. What date was Bob Marley born?
February something.
What date was Bob Marley born?
February
Marley
6th.
was born on February 6th, 1945.
But it is Adolf Hitler's birthday is 420, right?
Is it?
I don't know what that's got to do with anything. That was in the Time article.
Whoa.
8:43, guys. So, yeah, we do have this segment that we're going to encore for you guys. When did we air that?
That was 2019. Was it 2019 or was it the beginning of last year? I think it was at the beginning of last year.
Was it during the pandemic?
No, not during. It was like maybe February of.
So that was not a link. Was that a link thing?
Yeah, because because the title of the segment. No, it would have to have been after July because we changed the name of this show from Containing COVID to The Link.
Right.
And the name of that clip is Link on Location or
Right.
Link Gets Lit.
Right. So what we're talking about is this clip where we went to go check out our buddy Melker Manabuson. Yeah, and he was talking to us about all the different cannabis that he had and the different. It was kind of like a primer on Cannabis 101. And so we'll play that coming up later on the show here. We take a break, though, and come back with Deputy Mayor Melissa Savara next on The Link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check.
When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
One destiny, one love. One heart, one destiny, one love. One heart, one destiny. Open your eyes and leave what's in my reach. I'll find the light where your love light shining. I know you've been through some heartaches and pain. It's not about it, experience or change. It's part of life, it's what you decide. So don't be blinded by what gets in your way. You know what you want. You know what you need. You know who you are. You know you are a conqueror. So feel it naturally and feel it tonight. One love, one destiny, one.
Hey, we actually had one of our friends in the Guam Police Department reach out about, we're talking about Rasta Ben and his case, because I was kind of fuzzy on the details, is I believe he brought cannabis in on the plane, but then had asserted his religious freedoms as a Rastafarian.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think Judge Berdalio had sided with him and said that, yeah, he should be able to partake of cannabis because he was a Rastafarian.
That's the one thing I love about this show, man. We got so many like Link family members all over the place, and we're operating without a net here. Like a lot of the times, I mean, we're just going on like our archive and everything like that. But so many people jump in, they're like, oh, I remember that guy, and he actually used religious freedom. So the fact that he is Rastafarian,
yeah,
and he proved that,
yeah. Guys, again, Dedito Jigo Post Office is still closed, okay? And so what that's going to mean is that if you get your mail in Dedito or Jigo, that you got to go to Barragata to get it, but they ask that you bring a photo ID and also your mailbox key. So, coincidentally, my mom is at the post office now in Barragata mailing off pickle papaya and pickle mango to my cousins in the States. So she sent this pic, and obviously the line is really going to be crazy. But I did talk with the postmaster, and she said that they're trying to allocate additional staff because you've already got people who are trying to check the mail or mail out packages, and then you add onto that everybody from Dedito and Jigo going to Barragata to check their mail because stimulus. Yes. Stimulus payments. The DRT had just come out with they just announced that they processed millions and millions and millions more.
200 million.
Right. In economic impact payment 3 checks. So those checks are out there. So people are definitely checking their mail, right? Of all the times for a post office to be closed, for 2 post offices to be closed, for 2 post offices that serve the most populated areas of our island to be closed, it's huge. Because people are checking their mail because they want the stimmy. So just heads up. I told my mom, I said, Mom, the line's going to be crazy. I know a dude who got a little mail out the box for you service. I could just hook it up there. But my mom's real old fashioned. She wants to see USPS stamp on there, to know for sure. 8:52 now. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have Dedito Mayor Melissa Savares standing by. Mayor, long time.
Hi, good morning.
How have you been?
I'm doing better now. Thank you for asking.
Right, and so there was that accident, and we haven't really caught up with you since then. But tell us a little bit about your recovery.
Well, that freak accident that happened in front of Benevente Middle School 2 months ago, actually. That was recovery was tough. I did fracture my fibula and tibia, and then I fractured the ball part of my humerus. So the recovery, I had surgery, and I'm very thankful to God that I'm alive today and that there was no fatalities. And so secondly, thankful that there were no children, no students on that sidewalk. There were 4 of us that were injured, 3 DOE staff and myself. And of course, I believe the driver also sustained some injuries. But the recovery has gone well. After 6 weeks, 7 weeks, I'm actually back in the office for a couple of hours. But at the same time, I continued to communicate with my staff and my vice mayor. My vice mayor did an excellent job. He was out there every day working side by side with our staff to continue to take care of our people. So I still go, recovery's slow. Of course, when you're recovering from broken bones and stuff, it takes time. Learning how to walk again is a task, but I thank everybody that continued to take care of our people, because that was our main focus, is to continue to serve our community.
What was that day like, though, Mayor?
Well, that day we were working. We were actually doing assessments. Before you do any tree trimming or cutting of anything, we need to get permits from Department of Agriculture. So we actually had the Forestry Division, Rudy and Christine from Forestry were out there. We were with the administrative team, of Benevente Middle School, and 2 of my staff. We had a funeral escort that day, that afternoon. So I told my vice mayor, I said, go take care of the funeral escort with 2 of our staff, and I'll work with the school and forestry with my other staff and DOE. And it was really a freak accident. But despite us being down at that time, I had to think, and I think all of us were thinking of making sure that while the medics were and GPD or the first responders were attending to us, I just kept thinking of making sure that first my family, because my family will continue to take care of my parents, and then of course our Dedito team Dedito continue to serve our people. You specifically said before I was taken to the hospital, do not close the office and continue to serve. And once we got to the hospital, we let the medical professionals take care of us, and we had things fixed, and we were on our way to recovery. So, we just, like I said, I thank everyone for their prayers, but most of all, thank God that there were no fatalities.
Mayor, what was the outpouring of support like?
I didn't have my phone. My phone went down into the ditch. It was recovered that day. My son actually had my phone that night, and the text messages, it was just an overwhelming support of prayers that were coming through. The community, members of the community, my colleagues, expressing that if we needed anything, of course I have a brand new vice mayor this year. And so I just continue, just continue to relay the message. Please support my vice mayor and my staff. And of course, that continued to happen. So as a matter of fact, even the hospital team had come and said, we had to send people home because there were people, not just family, but also of the four of us that were in the hospital, but also the superintendent, because he had his staff out there also. Mr. Fernandez was also in the emergency room, and it was just an overwhelming support of our entire community, whether it be our government agencies or our organizations and families in the community. So we felt the support, and I felt the need to continue to see that things went on and nothing stopped. Nothing stops when one person is gone. The work continues, and service continues to our community.
Good to hear that, Mayor. So glad that you bounced back from that terrible accident. What are your thoughts, though, with the driver of the vehicle? Do you hold any ill will?
No, you know what? I mean, I believe in forgiveness. As a matter of fact, I prayed hard because, I could always say, throw the key, put him in jail, throw the key away, but that's not going to solve a problem. He needs to heal as well. And I think part of his healing is recovery from whatever illnesses he has, if it's addiction or, vices that he's used to. So, I remember hearing Teresa Ariola from Behavioral Health saying that, we need to build these homes so that people who don't belong in jail can be in a recovery facility instead. And actually, that's where I was, I've spoken to somebody in the Attorney General's office, and I said, I don't believe that he should go to jail. I think that even if, I think he should go to a recovery facility so he can heal and maybe be a better person when he comes out and a contributing member to the community.
Right. Man, Mayor, that's good to hear. Very thoughtful words there. I wanted to move along now that we kind of caught up here, and we'll just start with this murder, this most recent murder case, the shooting death of Joshua Meno. What can you tell us about that, Mayor?
It's a very sad time for both families, actually. I just from hearing what's in the news, what transpired, where they actually had dinner together, and our friends, neighbors. To hear something like that happen, we offer our condolences to the Meno family for their loss, but at the same time, to the Manabuson family, because this is, something that both families are going through. It was, like I said, they had a meal together, they shared stuff. So I don't know what happened with the argument between the two. And, both ways, both families have lost. One lost a life and the other because of the incident. We'll let, the police and the courts handle that case. But, we're sad. We're sad because it happened. And there's always ways. We talked about it in our office, when we didn't know who it was. And no matter who they are, we wish that more people talk differences. There's ways. You can talk to your parish priest, you can talk to your counselors, you can talk to a friend to, work out differences. Inat Famaulik has great programs where the peer mediation, and people work their differences.
Well, I know in the Magis it said that they did share a meal together, but that Manabuson felt that Meno was threatening them with a machete or something, right? It all kind of sounds like some druggy stuff to me, Mayor.
Yeah. I'm I'm sure there's, substance stuff going on, but like I said, I mean, we're not here to judge what happened, and we're just here to, just pray that they heal from it.
Yeah. But I mean, I totally get what you're saying on the healing and the addiction part of it. But when that's one thing, but when it involves murder, it's a whole other.
Yeah.
Right. What about just crime in general, Mayor? Because it kind of seems like during the lockdown, people were staying home, but now I don't know. To me, it seems crazy out there. What about in your village?
Well, that happened in my village, Chris, and so, of course, I mean, we see it every day. And one of the things is that since the lockdown, remember, the senior citizens are the first ones that were affected. And up to now, they still are centers. We have 12 senior centers, and 2 of the 12 are here in Dedido. We continue to communicate with our seniors, and when they're not together and interacting with each other, we see their minds are not working, and so it's important that we reach out and ask people how they're feeling. Same thing with the students. I mean, I was watching a news clip the other day, and even in the colleges, the college dorms, where people are being depressed because they're in their dorms and classes are online, and there's really no interaction. And there was one president of a university, where he actually moved into the dorm so that he can feel and interact with the students, so that if he sees signs of depression, and it's the same thing with our elementary, middle, and high school students.
Right.
They're feeling that neglect. They're at home with their families, but remember at the beginning of COVID, when everybody had to either work from home or just not go to work, right? And the same thing with the students. It's like, oh my God, I'm going crazy because my children are driving. How do the teachers do it? And you heard those things from the parents. But we had to be patient with each other and learn that, we are one unit in a household. And it's about communication and being creative and learning how to be creative and learning how to teach our children, whether it be through the internet, or whatever, grab and learn, so parents had to do things. Spouses had to communicate with each other, So it's about, that's what we learn, is patience, communication, and just be creative. And
Mayor,
up to now, I mean, we see.
I had to learn how to add mixed, what is it called, Jade? Mixed fractions? Because my son had homework. God, and why are they teaching this stuff in elementary, first of all? But I had to help him with it, and God, Mayor, I was so embarrassed because I literally had no idea. It was like, you're adding 2 and 16/48 to 5 and 13 whatever, and so I got mad at my son. Because I was like, what's the matter? You're not paying attention? The teacher's not going to give you the homework if you don't know how to do it. You must not be paying attention. It's too much damn video games all the time. Something like that. And, but then you're right. I realized, God, the teacher's not around. I got to figure this out because it was due. And so we sat there in about 10 minutes. I mean, it probably wasn't as nice as how the teacher would have put it, but we both figured it out together. And now I'm so proud to say that I can do 4th grade math. Which got way harder. I don't know when the hell I was like, boy, you're never going to need to know how to do what. This is not even relevant.
Well, watch out for 6th grade. Calculus is right around the corner.
Right, I know. So you're right, Mayor. We've definitely all had to, adapt and in some ways overcome. And doesn't it seem kind of like a blur when you look back at the last year? How we're living right now? It's so different than how we were living, let's say, in August or September when that surge was going crazy.
Yeah. Exactly. And one of the things is that, even companies are, everybody was working from home, right? They're teleworking. And so now that the companies are opening up their doors, or agencies, even government agencies are having this challenge. Well, not all the daycares are open. They're only opened now at 75%, right? But when they were at 50%, not all the kids can go back at the same time. And so what happened to employees? They're required to go back home, and their child care facility or even their adult care facility is not open to take care of the people that they're caring for during COVID. So that becomes a challenge. And so they had to be creative. So we see, it worked both ways, right?
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Mayor, because I know when we had so many conversations last year during the pandemic because you were the president of the Mayor's Council. It's a little bit different with this term, right? With the Mayor's Council of Guam, you're no longer the president. What has that kind of been like? Because we get Mayor Alec on. I love him. He's a stand-up guy. I mean, you were great too. You always came on all the time. But this dialing back of responsibilities at the council level, does it free you up to do more like in your village?
It works both ways. I'm still busy. Not so much with the council, but a lot of projects, especially with things trying to go back to normal. We work closely with. I have 9 public schools in the village, right. And we're working closely, with students actually going back to the school, but at the same time, opening up some of our other facilities. Now that sports, for a while they were only allowed to practice. Now they can start scheduling games between ISA and IAAG programs. And so we're seeing those things with certain sports open up. And one of our facilities, we actually use a shared facility with Astumbo Middle as their home court. And so, we're trying to work out a schedule for open courts at the Astumbo gym, but at the same time, we're working a plan. And so I've been talking to the Mayor Gigo, because he also has a gym. And how can we have open court at the same time, accommodate the school schedule? And what are our plans? So is it we have this big gym, can we allow teams or groups of people? But of course, the normal everything now is you sign in when you come in, take your temperature, sanitize. We're going to push our bleachers in, so things like that. It's an indoor facility. So we're going to have to limit the number of people, and then maybe friends can't play together because they're not the first 20 that come in. So the same thing with our summer programs. We usually do a summer program. Some mayors were doing after school programs as well. And that's what's coming up. So, those are things that I've actually been busy with even before I actually came back to the office, is, working at home to see how we can improvise these programs with very limited, what kind of resources may come up. Right. And so those are things that I've actually been busy with, but also sharing with the president, Mayor Alec, and working with Mayor Hoffman as well, because it's something that we've done in our village, but how can we make this an island-wide thing to still incorporate education? Because remember, not all schools will have summer school, right? Yeah. So we want to incorporate our summer activities, have a plan to incorporate summer activities that have educational aspects, maybe language arts and math, or language arts and science, and in the mornings, and then maybe have either sports, cultural, or prevention activities in the afternoon. So those are plans that I've actually been working on the last month and a half. But at the same time, it's going to benefit our entire island for those mayors that want to participate, if we get the funding. And it all really depends on the funding source that becomes available in the next few maybe weeks or months.
What funding is this going to be? Is this going to be the rescue plan?
We don't know. Maybe it could be. Maybe it could be. Maybe CARES Act. Maybe we can have a funding source through GDOE. We're working with our different partners in the community. We have some organizations that, as you know, Dedido works closely with WestCare through the Thrive Coalition. And so we're looking at a program with Thrive. not necessarily after school, but maybe on the summertime, to take a couple of kids, and we're going to be painting a mural. So we're working. Thrive is actually working with. They did a cleanup recently at our Sagalinadzan Park. So it's working with our community partners as well. We have our cultural group that's, wants to come back out and work with our community. But, it's, again, we have to make sure we're in compliance with all the public health guidelines, the governor's executive order, limited with the number of people that are, still practicing social distancing. So all those things are taken in the planning. All those things are taken into consideration.
So it sounds like you're busier now that you're not president anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's just so much. I can't move fast with my legs, but my mind is moving.
Right.
Yeah.
Mayor, let's talk about the need in your village, right? So we know that just from talking to different mayors that when they give the food commodities, they're saying that even with the PUA, the stimmies, and all that stuff, that people are still desperately in need on our island. What can you tell us about people who are desperately in need in your village?
Yeah, so the food commodities is always going to be a top priority, but and Chris, let me explain. People who lost their jobs, whether it be in the hospitality industry or an organization that just closed because, they couldn't afford to either pay the rent and can continue to wait until something comes up, right? We had the program in Salapi at the beginning where up to 4 members of your household got the $300. That was a one-time deal. Here at the mayor's office, we saw the different programs because everybody had to come and get a mayor's verification. And then even talking through, when we do these monthly food commodity distributions, we're talking to people and we're saying, you lost your job. Why don't you apply for food stamp or whatever programs there are out there? And some of them have applied for the pandemic unemployment assistance. What we're finding out from families who continue to come on a monthly basis to get food commodities is that because they have assets, when they apply for public assistance, they have TCDs, they have assets, they bought a car 2 years ago, and all those assets have to be included in your application.
Right.
And sometimes that's what disqualifies them from qualifying for the SNAP program. But then they did say that they got pandemic unemployment assistance, but that helped them take care of their financial obligations, paying their mortgage, paying their rent, paying their utilities, paying their car that they bought 2 years ago. But it wasn't enough to buy food. And so that's why they continue to come for the monthly food distribution. And like I said, they didn't qualify for the SNAP benefits because of the assets that they have.
Right, yeah.
And some of them said, it's not my fault that I saved enough to open a TCD.
Yeah. Mayor, we hear that so much that there are people who are like middle class or whatever, not the traditional SNAP recipient types of people who have been hit hard by the circumstances of this pandemic, whether it's they were, sidelined, lost a job, reduced hours, or just having to deal with the increased expenses that come with this pandemic. I mean, whether it's, sanitizers, whatever, right? And so I feel like it's affected a lot of people who, on paper, just don't qualify for a lot of this aid that's out there, right? And so they end up, like you said, having to go get the commodities or whatever just to put food on the table.
Mm-hmm. Right. And PPEs, and I know I buy PPEs as well. They're not cheap.
Yeah. Well, Senator Frank Blas has a bill to, I think it's like get us reimbursed.
Yeah.
For buying the PPEs.
I saw that yesterday. Yes.
Did you save all your receipts though, Mayor, for the PPEs you bought? Because I didn't.
No. I didn't either.
I usually get my mask from Sabrina. Mayor, we had a comment here. Could you please tell the mayors to check and respond to their emails accordingly? It is good business. Do you respond to your emails? You're doing it right now. I can tell.
Yes.
Okay, Mayor. We'll let you go. I know you got a lot of stuff to do, but I just wanted to thank you for coming on and catching up with us.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, before you go, how's the stray dog in your village, the roundup and stuff? Any update?
Well, they haven't. We've been going out and delivering leash law notices, and there are several incidents where we actually get the dogs. However, Gain is also limited with the number of dogs that they can accept in a day. So if they don't have storage space, then we end up keeping the dog in the cage until such time. And that means that we have to buy dog food and feed it.
Wow.
So, we haven't done a roundup the way they're doing. I know Agania Heights is the next village, but we are, like I said, we go out accordingly to certain areas, and it's very limited with what Gain can receive on a daily basis.
Right on. Thanks for that, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
That's that.
Yes.
Dedido Mayor Melissa Savar. It's been a minute. Good catching up with her.
It's good to see her.
Right on.
Good to see she's back at work.
Yep,
That's what she really loves.
As she said, she's currently undergoing physical therapy. I want to say a few times a week. We actually tried to get her on yesterday, but she was in therapy. And when Jay sent me the text, I was like, yeah, that's good she goes to therapy because we all have our issues with this pandemic.
Like, no, not that kind.
Not that kind of therapy. Oh, okay. But anyway, yeah, check yourself, bro. Mental health and wellness is so key.
That's a great segue.
You'd be surprised, man, how cheap, as someone who's been to therapy, like I just went just to try it out. I was like, therapy. And you watch so many movies, they're on the couch, they're talking to the therapist.
I've done therapy, and most
it's a $5 copay.
Yeah, most insurance providers do give you X number of couch trip sessions,
right, yeah,
per year.
And so my therapy story, I'm not going to get into the details, but I went for a few sessions.
God help your therapist.
Yeah, really. Ooh, boy. Really. Ooh, man.
Your therapist now sees a therapist.
Yeah, but so I went for a few sessions, then it ended up like we just ended up talking about Chamorro history. So it was like I would go and it'd be like, yeah, anyway, so what were you telling me last week about, when the ancient Chamorros and this and that, and it would just turn into this whole which is in a way therapy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, anyway, and this is a cool seg, and we do have Dr. Christiana Whitman of Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center on. Totally didn't plan that, Doc, but
I thought you were leading with those questions to the mayor, though. I was
just checking on her, how's she doing? But no, it is key, right, Doc? I mean, just plug on therapy.
Absolutely,
right?
and there is nothing wrong with obtaining therapy services. I mean, mental health services are so important, even as a way of just checking in with ourselves. And, if anyone is concerned about cost, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center does provide no-cost services. So, and there are a number of private providers who also provide sliding scale, sliding fee services. Right. So I think it is a little bit more accessible than it once was. And we do hope that the stigma associated with receiving services is reduced.
One thing that I thought was really cool about going to therapy, especially on Guam, and I don't know if you come across this a lot in your work, but, Guam is so small, and it's like sometimes you can be really close with your friends or whatever, but you don't necessarily want to tell them your issues or what you're going through, or maybe they're tired of hearing it because they'll be like, God, it's the same thing as last year. What the heck? Or you know what I mean? And so when you go to therapy, it provides a venue for you to just really, and that's what it was for me. It was just like, okay, I got to tell you all this stuff right here. I was like, woo, boy. I mean, literally, I was like, woo, oh God, felt good to get that out. And that's cool about it because on Guam, being so small, and we just got to be mindful of all our relationships and just even like discussing issues that are bothering you. You never know. That could end up stepping on someone in your family's toes or in your life's toes. And so I like to look at the therapy as like it's a bubble where you can kind of just unload, and, you know, they're bound by, you know, for the most part, by having to keep it confidential.
Well, my own experience with therapy was, you know, the year my dad passed away and everything. There were a bunch of different things happen. Like, my dad passed away January of that year. 2 days after Thanksgiving, we lost my grandfather, and I got my heart broken right in between that. So, you know, like that year was emotionally that was a pretty steep hill to climb and everything like that. And my own nature and the way my grandparents raised me were, you know, not to make a big production out of everything, just try and be like even keel. And, you know, I had a very learned person who is in science and basically say, you know, like, it's okay to emote. You know, you can, you know, like, let it out, and it's actually unhealthier for you to keep it bottled inside. And it was weird because and the person was also like, you know, what you're going through isn't what anybody else on planet Earth isn't feeling right now. So I know you're getting inside your head and thinking, you know, you're all by yourself, and, you know, it's all alone. This is completely natural, and it is a process.
How's your heart, though?
Well, working on this show, you've made it so much easier.
Right? Yeah. So you're okay now?
Yeah.
That's good. Good for you.
You healed my heart, essentially.
Thank you. You do things for mine
You guys
too.
have done
Doc.
my job. I don't need to talk about anything.
Yeah. Okay, we're good, Doc.
No, I was gonna say, Doc, you want to give us a minute and come back in like maybe like 5? You know?
No. So anyway, we get Dr. Whitman on of Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center because they're continuing this great lunch hour peace talks with the peace group. And Doc, you've had some great themes throughout this thing. So what are we looking at for? It's tomorrow, right? What's the theme?
Yeah, it's tomorrow, and we're actually really excited about this theme because in collaboration or celebration of Earth Month, we are talking about the Earth. Nurturing our roots is our theme, and we're really focusing in on the relationship between our environment and mental health. And so, not always an obvious relationship, but it's funny because I kind of thought of this theme, you know, it came to me as you guys were promoting your dirty politics little segment. And I was like, you know what, really, it's so true. You know, all of our, you know, the spaces we live in, when we look outside our windows, you know, it really does impact how we feel. And so we're going to have some environmental stewards. So Muñeca de Oro from the Micronesian Climate Alliance, which is really a strong grassroots organization that's come out pretty heavily in the last couple of years, is going to be on with us. Then we'll have someone from CIS, Center for Island Sustainability, represent their services, and then a mental health professional from Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, Julie Merrill, who's a licensed professional counselor with us, who's going to really hone in on the mental health aspects and therapeutic benefits of really being an environmental steward in our community. So real exciting topic. And again, I think it's not something that we talk about it very often or really see the direct, you know, relationship, but it makes sense.
It does.
Everything, you know, the place we live in impacts everything else, right?
Like when we're out of these dump sites, right? I can't help but think about the children. I mean, not to be cliche, but you know, when they see how the adults treat the environment, it just, to me, I would feel, and you know, I've lived in places where growing up poor, you see, it just makes you feel hopeless, helpless.
Yeah.
You just feel like it's hard to have a sense of pride about not just where you're at, but who you are, because a lot of times who you are is about where you're from. And so it does have an impact, right? When you and a lot of these dumps, they're like right next to the bus stop. And so you got kids who were telling, no, I believe the children of the future. Well, yeah, we don't care about you enough to clean up this area for you guys so that you can feel proud as you walk to the bus stop. So, yeah, I could definitely see, although it's not really obvious at first, right, the mental part of it. But when you really think about it, it's like, oh, God, yeah. I mean, in some ways, it's almost worse. It's almost as bad as the environmental impact.
Exactly. So yeah, it really does tie into, you know, our cultural identity, just like you said. So yeah, like I said, we're excited that we got a couple of real strong, passionate people talking with us, and we'll have a nice lunchtime conversation, and hopefully it will activate people to do something, you know, and really, even if it's something as simple as just like you said, modeling it for our children, right? being more conscientious about how we're using our waste and how we're using our resources. So I think oftentimes people think that, using a reusable bag is the end all be all, but really it encompasses so much more, and it really does play a big role in our overall wellness. So I hope that, the community can join us. It's tomorrow at noon via Zoom. You just have to complete a short registration form. I think Jason is sharing it in the chat box.
Yep, it's in our comments already, Doc. We got you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys so much for helping us push our prevention services and our communication with the community. Also, just a quick plug, May is Mental Health Month, so you'll be hearing much more from us on Guam from Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, and some additional services and events for next month.
Doc, before you go, you talked about the therapy services. How do they? Is there a number they can call, or to check that out?
Absolutely. So the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center Crisis Hotline, 647-8833 or 34, is answered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And by calling that line, you can definitely talk with someone. But if you decide you want additional services, we can set you up with that immediately over the phone, or you can come into our department 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We are always open, and we are really, really want the community to take advantage of the services if they need it.
Thank you, Doc.
Absolutely. Have a good day.
You too. There
Take
you
care,
go.
Doc.
Thank you.
Always good to see you.
Definitely. You know what I enjoyed, Jay, and I know it's largely in part, or it's got something to do with, I don't know how largely in part, but they're getting a lot of grants over there. So there's a lot of visibility from Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center about just different programs. And I mean, it's key, right? Because I think even up to now, people are just starting to realize, damn, I'm a little bit off from that pandemic, or wow, I was feeling ways that I didn't never feel before during that pandemic.
Or
right?
people were just, even they say I've heard it referenced as frontliner syndrome. You were like, okay, I'm going to put my game face on. I'm going to go as hard as I can for as long as I can.
Yeah.
And then there comes some point where, you feel like you hit the wall, and it's like my sister went through it because she got vaccinated, as our own Tomas Manglonia did, in the States, because she works out in California. And she said when she got her second shot, the gravity of having to make, because she works in HR, she made 362 separate phone calls to people last year telling them that they were going to be furloughed or terminated.
Wow.
Every situation was different. And she said, when, after a year of just trying to, just be so tough and so strong for my brother-in-law and everything like that, the moment just got her. And she completely went to pieces when she was getting her shot. So the National Guardsmen out there who were giving her the shot, they said, okay, let me get you a Band-Aid for your arm, and have we got some Kleenex or anything?
Kleenex around here?
Yeah.
No, I just got something in my eye. Yeah. No, and people, I mean, from young school age kids feeling some type of way to adults, that this pandemic has hit everybody differently.
Then again, it makes you a human being. I mean, the fact that you're
supposed to feel.
Yeah, that actually you're feeling something. You should actually appreciate that.
Right. Yep. It's actually okay to get all up in your feels, guys. That's how we were made. That's what separates us from the animals. It's 9:30.
Speaking of the feels.
Let's go over to the KUAM News Zoom room. Actually, no, let's take a break because I want to have some good time for our talk with Tomas Maglotnia from the KUAM News team. Is coming up next right here on The Link, which is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier for my aircon babies, keep it cool, IT&E, and Jack in the Box 420 Munchies. All right, we talked about the curly fries. Never a bad time to enjoy Jack in the Box new $3 sauced and loaded curly fries with new slow smoked bacon, Jay. Available in 2 flavors. What would you rather have?
Can you just say slow smoked bacon again?
Slow smoked bacon.
Wow. I didn't think you could say that on radio before 10 p.m. the way you just said that.
I said it. I'll say it slow.
That was
smoked bacon. Comes in 2 flavors. Triple cheddar, Jay, or spicy pepper jack?
Spicy pepper jack.
Wow.
No hesitation.
Or you can get their fish sandwich. Guys, yeah, go fishy. Jack in the Box fish sandwich and deluxe fish sandwich combo, panko crusted wild caught Alaskan pollock fish fillet. Grab one at your local Jack in the Box today. 9:31. Good morning. This is the link.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Yeah, good stuff, man. From the legendary show Live Local Fridays that has inspired so many local artists. Good stuff there.
Dr. Christiana Whitman was talking about like the hour of peace. Listen to that for about an hour, and that will get you centered.
What is really cool
Peace
about
of
it
mind, peace
is
of
it's
heart.
just like a uke, and the singing really just puts the singing. 9:37, 4:20.
I've heard Asher D. Rossetti sing this like live. Amazing.
Right. Yeah, it's a great song. 9:37. Tomas Manglotnia, the KUAM News team, joins us live. Where are you at again, Tomas?
I'm in Palo Alto right now. Good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning. That's
looks like he's on Beach Road.
that's Luta. Is
My
that
background is Rhoda, but I'm in California.
and that's Wedding Cake Island. Can you move your head?
Yeah,
Yeah,
right there.
There you go. Right on. And this is that one lookout. If you go to Rhoda, there's like one. It's not really even a lookout. You just drive up this little hill, right? And you can see it. Where's that at? What office is there? Isn't there like an office there or something?
Yeah, I think the DLNR, but yeah, this is the Song Song Overlook. I took this photo myself, so I
Right.
always want to rep home when I can.
Of course. And just in case you guys didn't know, Tomas Manglotnia is from Luta. Okay. Makes sense. That's why he's got a Rhoda backdrop, right? But of course, he's currently attending Stanford. And Tomas, we wanted to bring you on just to kind of catch up and talk about some of the stuff you're working on for this month. But you did say that you just came from, the vaccination clinic?
Yeah, sorry. I know there's a truck backing up right in front of my apartment here, but yeah, I'm about 3 hours out from getting my second dose of the Moderna vaccine. And so California is expanding its eligibility. A lot of people now above the age of 16, and depending on which county you're on, is eligible to get the vaccine. And the last I checked, the newspapers are reporting that at least 52% of people here in California have gotten at least one dose of the vaccine. So things are looking up. Of course, a lot of people are expecting things here in California to open up in June. And a lot of schools are preparing to have in-person classes for the start of the next school year. So lots of progress being made. And still, though, people are being extra safe.
How are you feeling after that second Moderna? Because you ask anybody, the second Moderna, that's the one.
I'm waiting. It's just been 3 hours, and we'll see how things are tomorrow. But I'm just really grateful to have been able to receive this. There's still people who are waiting for it in different parts of the world, and looking back in the CNMI too, back at home, the Pfizer vaccine just opened up for 16 and 17-year-olds on Tinian and Rhoda, and so we're just seeing lots of good news on that front, and can't wait for people to be able to get back to work, get back to school, and just get back to living their life.
Tomas, was it just kind of like a no-brainer for you to get the vaccine? Or did you ever have any do I want it? Do I not?
Well, I think like everyone else, you pay attention to what's in the news. I think as reporters ourselves, we're learning all of this really as the world is. This is something you can't really prepare for. And so I think, though, that, I found trust in it and I decided to get it. And so that's why I did for myself.
What about in California, right? It seems like a more liberal state that they might not have a lot of the whole, anti-vaccine backlash. But are there like those types of people there in Cali?
Yeah, well, I think, there's a history of vaccine hesitancy anywhere you go. I think, though, that in California, like I said, 52% of people have gotten at least one dose. And so I think that's trending on the national average as well.
Right. That's so interesting, Tomas. So how was the process, though?
I signed up on the state website, myturnca.gov, and you input all your info, and then they send you a text and email when it's your turn. So that's what I did. It was really seamless for myself, but I still know that early on it was really difficult for a lot of people to navigate the online website, and I know that those were also some issues that people faced at home as well.
So you registered, then they shoot you a text and an email, and then how much notice do you have, and where do you go, and then how long does it take?
Yeah, I got about a week notice, and then the second shot was about 3 weeks out from the first one, and it was interesting because today was a lot. I got mine around Santa Clara, and today was a lot smoother because they they have days dedicated just to second doses. And so it wasn't, but the first dose was so hectic, the line wrapped around the building basically. And this dose, I was able to go in and out in a matter of, 10, 15 minutes.
So who's administering it? Because here it's, I believe it's the guard, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, you have different hospitals and walk-in. I did a one that you have to walk into. I know a lot of people are doing drive-through vaccinations, so it just depends where you sign up and what county you're in.
Okay, so what are you working on for us?
Yeah, well, we just wrapped up the interview with Keani Mandiola, who is Guam's newest Truman Scholar. A few things I'm working on, I guess stateside here in California. I'm talking with the owners and managers of the Elite Bakery here in California, going to pay them a visit in the next 2 weeks, do a little feature story. They were busy during, during Easter, and so I wasn't able to check in with them, but I'm looking forward to speaking with Ken, who's there helping run the business, and talk to him a lot about how the business is doing in California and how people in California, want to be introduced to Chamorro food. I think, a few months ago, I did a story on Pubetsu in San Francisco, and so I'm almost doing a food diary of sorts here in Northern California about Chamorro food. I'm constantly looking for places that serve them. And another story I'm working on at home is also the young people's perspective on the proposed amendment to amend Article 12, which is indigenous land ownership. And so I'm talking with a lot of young people about that. I recently put in a request to the Commonwealth Election Commission to get voter data to see if this amendment were to make it onto the ballot for people to decide who are the voters. So I'm currently working to get the data on race, gender, affiliation, age, and things like that to understand if this were to be on the ballot, what is the voting demographic, right, and what might that mean for something to be passed through that initiative. And then going back to our talk about the vaccine, I'm also working on a story about vaccine hesitancy in the Sinamay and in the Marianas generally. I know Adriana Cotero recently did a story about those 9 Sinamay firefighters who filed a lawsuit because of the ordered mandatory vaccination that they had to go through. And so I'm reaching out to experts to talk about this, hoping to speak with firefighters themselves if they're willing, but also just wanted to learn more about the views and the hesitancy around it. I know the pause of the J&J vaccine, even though it's only 1 in a million that experience, kind of the blood clots that cause the pause. Right. I wanted to do a more holistic story on vaccine hesitancy in the islands.
That sounds like some really interesting work, Tomas. We're really anticipating that. That's going to be really cool.
Yeah, it's not a bad assignment when you basically get to talk to people about making amazing Chamorro food all over the place.
Right on, I know.
Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to, and I'm just so glad people are busy these days as things open up. So I'm really grateful whenever people make time to speak to KUAM.
Amen. And Tomas, happy early 420.
Yes, you're a day ahead.
That's right. So. That's what our new slogan's got to be. Guam, where Americans 420 days begin.
Well, see, Tomas now, he's a graduate student. That I think it's more undergrads who go for like the hardcore 420 celebration.
I think I'll be getting my Moderna vaccine probably tomorrow, so you'll find me in bed.
Hey, well, the upside, Tomas, is like if you do have any side effects and symptoms and everything like that, they go away as quickly as they come on. So right maybe 10 hours of feeling a little bit, but just pop some aspirin, man. You'll be good.
Right on. Okay.
Yeah, I hope so. And I think I'm talking to a lot of my friends too, and they're getting ready to go home. Summer's coming up, and people are leaving college, graduating, right, and things like that. So really, really glad that we can go home knowing that we're vaccinated and safe.
Okay, Tomas, appreciate your time with us this morning, and we're really looking forward to the stuff you're coming out with.
All right, thank you.
Hey, stay safe out there, buddy.
Keep us posted. Drink water. All right. Hey, it's 9:45. Quick break, and we're coming back, and we're going to play a good chunk of this Link Gets Lit for 420 right here at 9:45. Good morning.
Catch the bar.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on The Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
ITNE and Jack in the Box. We'll also close out a little bit with our Burger King Cover Me segment. Okay, that sounds great. A flame grilled Whopper on 420. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yep, celebrating 32 years on Guam. Thanks to you. They're proud to sponsor Cover Me. Burger King. Okay, so this is the Link Gets Lit again on the Link. Good morning. It's 9:49.
And dry sift, it's so you take all the trichomes and all these crystals that come off of this and come off the bud, and it falls through this net. They shake it off the leaves and the bud, and they press it, and you get this thing, and it's a dry sift. It's hash. Smell this. Nice. Look at this.
Hash doesn't sound legal.
Hash is legal. This is a
dry
cannabis
sift,
byproduct.
It's a
right?
byproduct.
So
yeah.
basically, all the little crystals in this weed, like that's pretty much what makes you high. So the keef is they put it on a screen and then they kind of like shake it
off. Just on a net.
And the crystals come off, and so it's just like you're smoking the straight.
Yeah. So you're not combusting all this
plant matter.
Yeah. I was gonna say junk, but it's not junk. But you're getting just that fine product. So this is like I recommend this for athletes and people that cannot smoke a lot. This will be for you. If you don't want to like sit down and smoke a whole joint, you can just take one puff of this, hold it, and you're good to go, right?
Right. This is also good for like people who are having nausea and like they don't have an appetite.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes. Correct. Yeah.
What's that little thingy there?
I'm grinding some weed. I want.
Oh, stay grinding.
I want Chris and you're gonna try this one. It's called Wedding Cake.
Oh, no.
She can try a little off camera.
It's like a small puff.
Bree is so worried about cannabis, and she's old school. She's a respected journalist, obviously. But I keep telling her cannabis, it has been mainstream, and of course it's totally legal.
All right, before she leaves, she's gonna have a puff of us. So here's another one. This is called CBD. So this here, you guys can get this over at the release shop. Thank you to the boys over there. Yeah, CBD. It's a CBD flower. So it looks exact. It's a cannabis plant. It just doesn't have any THC, so it's like a 0.3%, 2%, But it's a cannabis flower, and it's non-psychoactive. So when you smoke this, you don't get high.
Yeah.
But your body, like let's say you have like some arthritis, diabetes, and gout. You know, this is for you if you're a smoker. Yeah.
Right. And look at the difference between the the one that everybody likes and the CBD. So you can see.
I'm a CBD. I like CBD, and you know, like if you want to get on the health side of things, if you're an athlete or if you have a lot of injuries and broken bones, I would take just maybe half of this or a quarter of this and mix it with this, so you get a little bit THC to activate the CBD. So you got the THCA, which is that it's the health component, but when you add some meat, it becomes THC, right? So you wanna, if you take that little THC and you activate the CBD and the CBDGN in this flower, it's kind of like this. It makes it reacts a little bit faster, so you would feel the body high a little bit faster versus just it being a CBD. So you're not gonna know, right? And unless you have like major pains that you can actually feel it. I know it's a lot of information, but I'm just.
Do you eat weed?
So speaking of eating weed, I'm not an edible guy, and reason why I don't like edibles is because you cannot just drink water and shake it off. You know what I mean? Like, when you're on edibles and it hits your blood system, you are high. It's a long ride. You know, some people panic, they hyperventilate, they want to go to the doc, all that crazy stuff. So I like screw that. I don't. Edibles, I respect edibles to the fullest. I rather.
The difference is.
Oh my god, it's like being drunk for like 8 hours and not saying you're like shake it off, no, and drink water. No,
right,
at least when I smoke weed, if I have a cup of coffee and have a cup of water, and I'm fine.
Yeah, edibles are a commitment, Bree. So
it's a commitment.
So they break down the weed and they cook it, and when you ingest it in your gastrointestinal system, there's some way that it breaks down. It just becomes. I mean. Yeah.
No, I don't know.
You know how you hear people when they eat a brownie, they ate like too many brownies and then end up, feeling like they got to go to the hospital.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so these are brownies,
right?
And these were made. So this was actually specially made for me yesterday for your show. And the boys over at Positive Peer Pressure, they have an amazing story. His parents both died from cancer, and he was like, man, shoots, if I only had this product. So rosin is my next level of favorite, right? Now, why? So you take this plant, you take this nugget, and you put it into this thing called a rosin bag. And what you do is the guy puts in about, I think like 4 grams, get about a gram of this thing. Is called high press, high grade rosin. So when you look at it, it's very, very clean. So like this is clean and like this is super clean. You know what I mean?
So Champ, because I never heard of rosin. I don't. So is rosin more concentrated version of hash?
I don't know if it's more concentrated. I wouldn't say that because you're taking this right, the dry stuff, and you're digesting it really, really quick. So right. I like that. That works very well for me.
What's the rosin?
Like the whole process of the rosin. You're squeezing out the oils. Oh. So basically all the oil. So they imagine this whole nut goes into this little bag, and when they press it, feel how hard that is. It's hard. It's solid. Ooh. So the oils and all those medicinal properties and the THCAs and the CBDs and the CBDGNs, right? They all come out and it folds into this little wax paper and it becomes this. So you have this big nugget will basically give you something like this. Make sense?
And then you put that in the food?
No, and you smoke it through a little pipe, a gadget.
And so that's really concentrated?
That's concentrated, yes.
You wouldn't smoke like a whole joint of that, right?
Absolutely not. Not for me. No, I got a lot of stuff to do. That's a lot, But there's some guys, believe it or not, man. Some guys they can take this, like they can take a whole gram and they're fine, or they're just acting like everything is cool. But I don't know. That would screw me up.
So how many sticks is that?
It's not a stick. So you will basically take. Let's just say if you took all this weed. And you put into this thing here and you press it.
How many sticks, girl? I can't take you anywhere. It's called a joint. It's called a joint.
It's a U-turn. So yeah. So let me clean up. I don't like.
Where that stick at? Hey, roll us a fat stick.
Yeah. So that's the boys over at Positive Peer Pressure. They press a lot.
Man, Champ, what I think is really cool is you've got all this awesome weed here, but you're seeing this all across Guam. As adult use cannabis, it's totally legal. Like I have uncles, I never even knew they knew about weed, marijuana, or whatever, and they're proudly growing their plants. And you see it, you go around, and people are like, "Hey, check out this one I grew," or "Hey, look at that one," or what I mean. You see it on Instagram, and I just think it's a a really neat kind of counterculture thing that's totally gone mainstream
So
now.
you're rolling it? Are you rolling it?
He's rolling the stick, guys.
Yeah, so we sell these cones and they're
Zigzag, baby, zigzag.
Yeah, they're pre-roll cones and they're available over at Coffee Slip.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure other mom and pop stores carry them.
I'm getting too excited, but yeah, Zigzag. I'm trying to become sponsored by them. So
Yeah,
Zigzag, where
I'm
you at?
sponsored by Zigzag. Love you guys.
So this guy went from sponsorships as a fighter,
Yeah.
to now he's a sponsored
Yeah, you know,
stoner or cannabis connoisseur.
you know, it helps. Some of the boys, I give my critique again and my reviews, and of course it's my reviews, right?
Right.
I don't.
Uh-huh.
This is my opinion on their strain, on their bud, and how they grew and how they flushed it. So how this cannabis reacts to me and how it reacts to you is gonna be totally different, you know.
Right.
But it's you're asking me like, what do I think? What are my reviews for this? So.
So do you ever tell anyone their weed sucks?
You know, no, I never did, and I think because all the weed that I've gotten were good, better, and great. You know,
Wow.
so I don't have. I think all the boys, you know, that when they give me something, I'm gonna post about it. You know,
Yeah.
so they give me, you know, usually their top strains or their, you know, whatever it is, right? You're second to the top, but I'm, you know, because I'm a farmer and I appreciate everything that goes into growing weed. So.
Right.
Even like the crappiest bud out there, I'll probably think of it and find something good about it. You know, maybe if I'm not gonna get a great head high, but I'm gonna get a nice body high, and if that's the case, I'll probably make my neck feel better.
Right.
You know?
Hey.
So I'm always gonna think of something positive about it.
Those people who out there who you know, it's legal, and I see this a lot, especially with you ladies, right? It's like, oh, we never tried smoking cannabis. Oh, let's all go get stoned together. So what is a good, I don't know, an introductory strain, or you know, what kind of strain would you recommend for those people who just, you know, figured, damn, this stuff's legal, let me give it a toke. It's high time.
I'll definitely, you know, I will go over a sativa or hybrid. I wouldn't give them a straight indica because you don't want them to get a bad experience. You know, sometimes when people, it's like when you get drunk for your first time, you're really drunk, you're throwing up, you're stumbling, you're hurting yourself, whatever, and it's not a fun time. I think a great time when you're drunk is when you have a couple rounds of great friends and you're able to laugh and enjoy the buzz, right? So same thing like when you smoke cannabis, you don't want to get like towed up the first time you smoked and you have this bad experience. You don't know where you're at. You can't drive. You can't operate anything. You can't get on the computer. So that's not good. And that's what sometimes a heavy, strong indica would do. So I sometimes call it like a heavy smoke. A heavy smoke means it's very, very it has a really strong skunk taste and skunk smell, which I like, but it hits you instantly, and it hits you in the back of your head. So that's something you don't want to give to a new smoker, in my opinion. Again, this is all my opinion, not a
Right,
yeah.
right.
You're
I mean,
asking
but
me.
you kind of seem more like the guy who's going to be like, hey, try this brownie.
No, and that's another thing. Like, I respect edibles so much, and like I don't take that as a joke.
Right.
So, you know, again, please get high responsibly, smoke responsibly. Don't.
This just seems like a really fancy rolling weed thing.
Yeah, so this
like,
is,
I thought people roll it with like the paper things.
They
like,
do. This is-
without,
yeah, we saw
those
like you
too.
got a whole bunch of.
Bree, so this is what they call a cone, right? So this is made by Zigzag, which is the best rolling paper company. I mean, they've been around forever. Who doesn't know? I mean, a lot of my uncles have this tattoo, right? So
Do you that plastic thing at the end?
Yeah.
Do you smoke that?
Yeah,
No. This is just for a cheap.
No, the thing.
Oh no, that's a crutch.
this
Do
is
you
a
take it
crutch.
out?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. No, this is like a crutch, Bree. So you know, like the filter on a cigarette. This is similar in that it allows you to hold the joint and puff from it without having
so
all the
you
weed
do
going
use it to
around.
smoke.
Yeah, it's like a filter, kind of like a So
I
when
mean, it's
when
not a
get-
filter per se, but it's
Yeah,
something
yeah,
for you to
sorry.
hold on to. And
There you go. Sorry.
Yeah. And so this is a cone.
But can you take it out and then? I mean, I thought I've seen joints, sticks, weed, whatever, without this, whatever this
Yeah,
thing is.
so this is a
like
cone.
New,
Yeah,
it's
this
like
is a-
new school kind of stuff.
This is a
right?
cone, and you're right, it is kind of a newer thing, and it's made for people who don't know how to roll with the regular paper.
Yeah.
And so you're talking about.
But I do know how to
regular
roll.
paper.
I'm just.
Right. I think that it's cool, man. So you get this and you chop up the weeds. You can see like Champ's doing, and then you use this little straw to like compact it and put it down, and then you have a nice, cool zigzag cone joint.
Yeah, it looks really fancy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would expect no less from a connoisseur cannabis
I
Talking kinda
appreciate.
slow there, Bree.
I appreciate marijuana. I appreciate cannabis. I appreciate everything that goes in and around it. I mean, you look at the marketing now. Now you got the packaging, the game has changed, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
and it's a lot safer, Champ, because now that it's legal and it's regulated, and, everybody is on this organic kick, so people are growing their cannabis safely and humanely, I guess, if that's the thing.
Yeah.
So we have a joint here of the wedding cake number 2. Tell us a little bit about this strain before we spark it up.
So it's a wedding cake number 3. This is grown by Guahan Ganja 671. The guys, they really grow really great fire, and also I like the fact that they always flush about 2 weeks or more. So that's what I like. So this strain here,
They flush?
Flush, so like you don't want no nutrients. You want to just give it water for 2 to 3 weeks, so it flushes out all those nutrients.
Before you
so you have a clean smoke.
We're talking about growing, or are we talking about
the plant?
When you're growing,
So when the plant is growing, before you harvest it, you flush it out. You only give it water, and so that just flushes out all the stuff you've been feeding it, so that when you do cut it, it's just strictly what the plant is going to offer, the taste and all that stuff.
Okay.
I don't know those science things.
Please have the honor, my brother.
You're not
All
supposed to twist the end?
No, it's already got that thing on there, so.
No, the other end. Oh no, I guess not.
Yeah, I filled it to the tip. Yeah, I'm in. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. That really smells so strong.
Right? It's nice, right?
No, thank you. No, I respect what you're doing.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, that's a lot of great taste. That Koam, man, when you roll it that spliff style and you have that fat end, a lot of the flavor and smoke is concentrated, and then it kind of shoots down into that zigzag comb. That's a good strain right there. Wedding Cake 3 Champ. I've never tried that before. Thank you so much. It was high time that we kind of did a little crash course in cannabis. Remember, it's completely legal. They're finalizing the rules and regs. And I want to thank Champ Melker here and Sabrina, who's getting the contact high.
It's okay to say no, though.
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. But thanks, guys. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Right on. And so again, this was a crash course in cannabis with Champ Melker Manabuson.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
Good
for breaking bud with us.
Just for the record, I totally did inhale. It's 10:03, guys. Burger King Cover Me going to close out today's show with our good friend CJ Blas. Go grab you guys a Whopper and some onion rings, okay? It's 420. It's an official cheat day worldwide. Okay, so thank you, Burger King, for sponsoring this great segment we call Cover Me. I'm going to leave you guys with this. Link Fan Facebook Live. Be safe, okay? It's 10:04. My name's Chris. Está Hedgehog.
Bright lights, your fancy restaurants, everything in this world that a man could want. I got a bank account bigger than the law should allow. Said I'm lonely now. Pretty faces from the covers of the magazines, from the covers to my covers wanna lay with me. Fame and fortune still ain't fine. I'm just a grown man running out of time. And even though it seems I have everything, I don't wanna be a lonely fool. All of the women, all the expensive cars, all of the money don't amount to you. And I can make believe I have everything, but I can't pretend that I don't see that without you, girl, my life is incomplete. Yeah. Without you, girl, your perfume, your sexy lingerie, I remember it just like it was all yesterday, a Thursday. Tell me you had fallen in love. Wasn't sure I was. It's been a year, winter, summer, spring, and fall, and being without you just ain't living at all. If I can travel back in time, I'll pretend the days you were mine. And even though it seems I have everything, I don't wanna be a lonely fool. All of the women, all the expensive cars, all of the money don't amount to you. And I can make believe I have everything, but I can't pretend that I don't see that without you, girl, my life is incomplete.